Okay, that one is going. That one is going. All right, those should be on now. Let's connect this to YouTube. Going. Okay, great. We're live on YouTube, so welcome in to anybody who is hanging out, who sees this either immediately because you got a notification or catches this on the recording. Would appreciate if you hit the like and subscribe button as always, and please feel free to chat. I can see your chats if you're on YouTube. You do need to be subscribed for more than 10 minutes, and if you want to chat quicker than that, you can hop over to Twitch. It's the same name, Eat It Dads, and chat there live. We have another cat. We have our second cat of the day has arrived. This one was just trying to climb my leg. This one is Ash. Ash is here. He is also friendly and wanted to be seen. Ash baby, did you want attention? This one just wanted attention. Look at him. Oh, baby. Ash, we were just about to say what we were going to do today and get started. Did you not know? He didn't know. He didn't know that that's what was happening. Now he's just going to lick my arm. Good boy. Okay. Big paws. He's got big paws. Yes. The cat. Oh, we need our claws clipped. Yes, we do. We've got big claws, too. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to put them on my mouth. Okay. Good boy. Ash is a baby. Yes. I think Ash is the babiest of the cats. He's the one who just kind of babies around like this. Yeah. And Obi will be around at some point today. All three of the cats are out of the basement. They've been active all day today, like really active. Knocking stuff off the counter. They've been knocking stuff off the counter. They've been active for like days, like several days in a row now. I think they're maybe hitting like a growth / maturity inflection point. Yeah, smattering. He just this is what he wants. He doesn't want, and none of them are shoulder cats either. Like, he doesn't want to be put up on a shoulder and like carried around. He wants to be like rocked and babied. Okay. Well, Ash, I appreciate you. Maybe you want to sit on your chair today? Do you want to sit on your chair? No. What's the tail for? Why am I getting a tail flick? Do you not feel supported? Now you feel supported. Okay. Yes. It says we need to pay money to join the YouTube chat. That's inaccurate. That is inaccurate. You do not need to pay money to join the YouTube chat. You do need to subscribe for 10 minutes. You need to subscribe for 10 minutes. Yes. Okay. Look at the baby. Ash, we're just going to have like, this is it. Is this going to be streamed today? Cat friends? A rotation of cat friends being held? Baby. I can't. Okay. But like, but he's just got his face in my hand now. Look at this is not, what is this cat doing? He's choosing to sit like this. Robbie, welcome. How much prep can I do one-handed? None currently. But oh, you're such a babe. Oh, baby. Okay. Okay. Oh, that was it. That was it. That was it. He was like, okay, I'm finished now. I'm finished now. We're done. Okay. Oh my God. The absolute horror. I'm just going to leave this on the counter now. You know, I lint rolled this sweatshirt. I did this right immediately before stream. Like literally, I did this and then I hit go live. And that's it. And now we're just doing this again. Okay. Great. We're just going to leave that on the counter. Cats, if you could just rub against that, that would be ideal before you hop into my arms. Okay, we're making soup today. We're doing 2 soups. The soups are, one is going to be like a taco soup, which we're going to have sausage. So these are use it up soups. I've got some stuff in the freezer. I've got some stuff in the fridge. I've got some cans in the cabinet over here, all of which are going to contribute to these. I didn't purchase anything new today. That's a lie. I did. I was at the grocery store this morning and I got these taco seasoning packets. This one looked interesting because I've never seen the specificity of the Mexican style street corn taco seasoning mix. I was like, oh, that sounds, I do like those. So I did buy some seasoning packets for the taco soup. But everything else has existed in this house for weeks, if not months, possibly years. The taco soup is going to have cooked sausage that was, I don't even remember what the sausage was from. I'll remember later. A can of Rotel, a can of corn, some beans, red beans, which I need to put on the stove and cook now. I'm also going to use a can of crushed tomatoes, not tomato sauce, just crushed tomatoes. Some stock that we've made already, as well as some cheddar cheese for topping. We're not eating these today. I'm going to try them today. Obviously, we'll like try them and season them and like show them to you. But these are going to go in containers in the freezer for storage. I was thinking about like, oh, what to use for stream, like what to do for a stream. And we did all these quick meals and I'm like, oh, well, I can freeze soup and then it becomes even quicker of a meal and I can make 2 of them in one afternoon and that will be productive. And also like clear the things out and then I'll just have like pre-made soup. Also going to make a, just like a general sort of whatever soup. Also going to have Rotel and corn. It's going to have cannellini beans instead of red beans. I'm going to put the same ground sausage in that one because I have 2 packets of this ground sausage. What did I use the ground sausage for? I really wish I could remember. It was for a prep. It was like trip prep for something. And I just made way too much of it. I forget what it was for. And I'm also going to use the homemade stock for that too. Then we're going to make dinner for tonight. I have a hard stop today in, let's see, it is 12:54 my time. I have a hard stop at 5:30. So about 5 hours from now. 4.5 hours from now. I can do math. I swear. About 4.5 hours from now, we need to be wrapped and finished. But I'm also going to make dinner. Dinner is going to be a chicken Alfredo, and then it's also, I think, going to have. Oh, okay, and it's also going to have. It might have some cauliflower in it too, because we have cauliflower to get rid of. In the other soup, though, I'm definitely going to put cauliflower and rice, because I have leftover rice in the refrigerator right now, and it's not going to get eaten. Matthew on YouTube, will it hydrate the body? It will absolutely hydrate you. I'm going to use my homemade vegetable or homemade homemade broth. I was going to say vegetable broth. It's got a lot of vegetables in it, but also has chicken in it, so it's not specifically vegetable, or it's just a general broth. Okay, cool. So we're gonna get started with that. For those of y'all who are on Twitch, I appreciate you. For those of y'all joining and hanging out on YouTube, please feel free to hit the like button to boost the stream farther in the algorithm, and hit the subscribe button if you want to hang out and chat. And if you're just generally also a nice person who likes to support independent creators on the internet. Also, if you're on Twitch and you want to hit the subscribe button, there's a link to that in chat. Okay, those are all of the admin notes that I have. The only other note, I guess, is for the literal. We're gonna have a stream today. Obviously, we're just getting started, but tomorrow, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Thursday, we're gonna have a longer form stream. A trip prep stream that's actually going to be a lot of work. So I am excited for it. I'm excited because I'm making some new to me things. I'm making some familiar things. Calvin requested lasagna for this trip. This is a cabin trip that we're going to be doing. So I have access to like a refrigerator and an oven and a stove. So a little bit more complicated food. A couple big things we're going to be making. We're going to make a lasagna, which includes like roasting vegetables and cooking meat and making a cheese sauce and like assembling it. We're not baking it. We're going to do that at the cabin. But I'm also going to make brownies. We're going to make shrimp burgers. Which are new to me. I think shrimp burgers. We're gonna make 2 recipes this time around out of this book. This book is called Cook It Wild. Friend of the stream purchased this for my usage off of for my usage off of. I was gonna say off of a wish list, but it didn't come off of a wish list. It was just a general nice thing that came to my P.O. box. But I'm going to make these shrimp burgers and follow the process for these baked apples, which looked really good. And we're going to do a lot of prep. So Thursday is going to be a lot of work and a lot of a large variety of things. So anyway, today, the first thing we do before I plan anything out is I want to put some beans into a small pot to cook. Now, I thought I had black beans in a can in the cabinet. I do not. So we're going to take some of these red beans and put those in a small pot. We're going to simmer those on the stove until they're finished. I don't know when that'll be. But when they are finished, we'll just dump them into the soup. So I'm not measuring these. I'm just going to put them in here. These are for the taco soup. I was going to use canned cannellini beans, but I think the color and flavor of the red beans I like a little better. I would prefer black beans, but I only have a few of those, and we're going to use those for something else. Let me do a final check. Do I have black beans in this cabinet over here? I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't. Okay. I'm going to put these on the back burner. Let's put a little water in here. And we're just going to simmer these. Like, I don't have a timing or process or any sort of like thing that I'm doing for these. We're literally just going to cook them. I'm going to put some salt in this water and we're going to get started. I also want to make croutons today because I love soup with some big chunky croutons in it. And we are going to eat this soup, some of this soup this week, specifically on Wednesday and Thursday, because those are days that I want to have an easy day. Can I see you? Matthew says, can I see you click the 100 button? I can see the 100 in chat. I see it on if I open the YouTube chat. I'm seeing it now. I don't have. That was weird. There was a sound from over at my sink that I didn't quite understand. I don't see it on my chat window because my chat window is through a program called StreamerBot that is, it's not the native YouTube window. I don't know. I suppose I have a thought here. I have a thought. Lemon, welcome in. I'm adjusting. I'm adjusting for something here. Liz, I got you. I'm not familiar with all of the various functionality of YouTube specific chat. Mainly because I don't watch things on YouTube. The only thing that helps the YouTube algorithm is the thumbs up on the live. Oh, hey, if you're watching on YouTube, can you hit the like button? I appreciate you. Okay, so we have beans in the pot back here. They're just cooking. I don't really have anything else to say about them. The more thumbs up, the more it will push the stream into the algorithm. Interesting. The other, yeah, like if it's the likes that do that, that's great. I look at the metrics after stream sometimes for YouTube specifically. And it was wild. Like the horizontal stream got like 100, like one of the recent streams got like 100 total views in like hours, in like 3 or 4 hours. And then the vertical one had like thousands. It was like way more views than Twitch, which is kind of wild to me. But that's because YouTube's discovery algorithm is better. Vertical is people scrolling, totally. Okay, that makes sense to me because I do that sometimes with shorts where I'm like, I'll get sucked into a hole and I'll be looking at shorts and then I'll be like, oh, this one's not ending. And I see that it's live and I'm like, oh, got it. I kind of appreciate that though, because it's, you know, it is nice. What I am waiting for, YouTube is supposedly releasing functionality where you can stream Elsie. We have an Elsie cat lurking in the background. Where you can basically right now I have two different streams. Two different stream keys, one vertical, one horizontal, separate stats for both of them. YouTube is supposed to be releasing a thing where you can send both of those feeds, but they combine and it just understands what device you're on and like serves you the right one automatically, but it still maintains like one data set, which is good, I guess, and I would prefer that. Because right now when I update things for stream, I have to literally do it in two separate places at two different times and two different methods for YouTube. So that's interesting and annoying and frustrating. Let's get out our ingredients for both of these soups. I have... And then I'm gonna, when I do these, I'm actually gonna write down like what I put in here in case they're good and I wanna like refine them in some capacity. So obviously the beans, we're gonna put red beans in one of these, but we'll just start, I'm just gonna start pulling stuff out onto the counter over here and kind of putting things in two, basically just like cans and things in two separate piles. Okay, so 2 cans of corn, 2 cans of Rotel. We're gonna start with those. 2 cans of Rotel, 2 cans of corn. 1, and oh my God, not tall enough for this. 2, this is embarrassing. Okay, cannellini. So I got three cans of leany beans. Lol. What else am I using today? I peeled plum tomatoes. I think I could use those for the taco soup. And crushed tomatoes. So we're going to use those. So let's get those out. For dinner tonight, I'm using this jar of Alfredo sauce. We'll get that out. And... let's see, let's consolidate a little further here. These diced tomatoes, we're gonna use later, we're gonna use on Thursday. Sun butter, I don't need. Tomato paste, I have in the fridge if I want that. Pizza sauce, lemon juice, lentils are for a separate recipe. And I think that is it. That is it for right now, except I'm gonna toss one of these beef bouillon cubes in. Are these expired? Do these expire? What's the shelf life on a beef bouillon cube? It's got to be like a decade, right? God, I think I bought these before. I bought these before they invented expiration dates. I'm just kidding. I don't think that there is actually. There's not an expiration date printed on here. Oh, there it is. Best by June 2021. It is a use it up meal. It's unopened. Oh, these aren't even cubes, they're just packets. It's still powdery. Julie V, hello. No one will know. No one will know. unless somebody gets dysentery and dies. That's grim. 1 packet is 2 cups of broth. Okay, so we'll use 2 packets, and then we'll maybe come back to these in a few years and see how much they've aged. So when I was going through the cabinet, I didn't actually check the expiration date on the soup, obviously, which is fine. Okay, that's good for the cabinet. So we have corn. We're going to separate these into two different piles here. We have rotel and corn in both, so let's use rotel and corn. This Alfredo is for dinner. This is later, so we'll move that over there. In the first soup, or one of the soups, we're going to use cannellini beans. So I'll have those over here. Rice, I have leftover rice in the fridge. So let's just get that out because it's going in. So I'm just going to get this out. And then I might just put some more minute rice into the thing. Just like scoop it in. I think that would be fine. The chicken is for dinner. I have leftover chicken here, but we're not going to take that out of the refrigerator because it's a meat. And that would not be ideal. Into the taco soup, we're going to do these peeled plum tomatoes as well as crushed tomatoes. That's going to be like a thicker sort of tomatoey soup with taco flavorings in it. Stock. Oh, I need to get all of my stock out and thaw that. Not all of it, but some of it. Taco soup. So I have the sausage is in the freezer, the rotel, the corn. Red beans are on the stove, crushed tomatoes, and then seasonings. So I have those. This one has the rotel, the corn, the beans, the rice. I'm going to put let's do the, oh, and cauliflower in one of these. Excuse me, cauliflower is going to go in this one. And then, I'm gonna get out the pasta too for dinner for later, because I'm gonna make the pasta before oh, these beans are boiling. We don't want that. We want these to simmer. I'm also gonna put a lid on here because I think that's likely gonna help them cook faster, right? That was rhetorical. It will help them cook faster. I know that. It will contain the heat better than not having the lid on. I'm gonna put the beef bouillon in, because I'm gonna have quite a bit of spice in the taco one already, because I've got all these taco seasonings. So we're not gonna put the bouillon in there. We're gonna put the bouillon in the other one. So yes. Okay. No one will get dysentery. It is not the Oregon Trail. I agree with you, Julie. Botulism? Is that a thing you could get from expired beef bouillon? I don't know. Bravewood, welcome in. Caretaker, they're flavorful. Yes. These? Sorry, I'm the timing of your comment, I'm not sure what I was holding in that moment. If it was the taco packets or the bouillon packets. Dan, that is a Cookie Club entry. Thank you for your check-in. I saw Dan. I saw your name pop up. I heard the little horn, and I was like, "Oh no, it's happening again!" But that was legit. That was like a real. That was like a real reason to have the horn go off. Okay, let me get in the freezer and get the stock out. So I'm trying to. I have boxes of stock in the cabinet here. I have two vegetable broth and one other vegetable broth. I have 3 vegetable broth stocks in there. I have this. This is leftover chicken broth from the other night. I'm definitely going to just use this up. Those stocks that I have in there, though, in the boxes, I want to save for recipe testing and recipe development stuff, because I prefer to use my own stock, the one that I make in the house here. But for like development and testing purposes, like you should use something that is consistent, and my stock is not consistent, so it is better to do that. And also it is like, just in general, it's better because I know that each box of stock is 4 cups. It makes it easier. Bella says the bouillon loses quality over time. Cool, dry, and airtight. Well, these are cool, dry, and airtight. They haven't clumped. Like they're still very powdery. I will check for mold, though. I always check for mold when I open 4 years expired ingredients. Cyber, welcome in. Hey, Cyber, would you like to see a cat? There's one on the counter. The cat might be willing to come on to stream. Let's check. Hold on. Hi, baby. Oh, you baby. Come here. Come here. Come on. I'm going to pick you up. Yeah. Oh, we got a purr right away. Here comes Elsie. Elsie was, oh, baby girl. She's very demure. You're a good girl. Yes, she was sitting in the... Oh, big paws. Mm-hmm. You know, I used to be afraid when the cat put their paw up like that. The like, I'm going to swat you paw. But these cats put their paws up to be kissed. Oh, it's a good day to have a cat next to you. It is. Yeah. Oh, what's on the counter? Oh, now we want to see what's on the counter. No, we're not going to do that. No, we're not. Okay, we are going to get down. We are going to get down. The cats are shedding so much recently. Okay, let's see. Okay, the beans are simmering but not boiling over. That's what we wanted. Let me get out the stock now, and let's see. We've got some big pots down here. We're gonna need 2 big pots for soup today. So I'm going to use this John, and then we'll use the Dutch oven for another. And then I'll put the stock in here to thaw. So the goal today, just like so we're all on the same page, the goal is I'm using up a bunch of stuff from the cabinet and the freezer and the refrigerator that I've had on hand for a while that's just there and taking up space. You know, I keep, like, I have 4 cans of cannellini beans in there. I have 4 cans of crushed tomatoes. Like, I don't need to hold on to all of those. And I just need to like rotate some things through. So the goal of today is to just make 2 different soups that I can package into quart containers and freeze. So we're gonna take stuff out of the fridge, freezer, and pantry and put it in this pot, combine it, and then we're gonna put it back in the freezer. But the point of that is that I then have soup that I can just pull out on a weeknight, put it on the stove for an hour on low, and then dinner's ready. That's the point. So that's what we're doing today. We're gonna make those 2 soups. They're not for dinner, so we're also making dinner tonight. That's gonna be a pasta because I have leftover chicken and I have Alfredo sauce in the cabinet and I want to use up. I bought the Alfredo sauce for a camping trip sometime, like, I hope it was in the fall. It might have been the summer. Could be even that. Could be even been before that. But we're gonna use that today too. And I'm moving the beans over to the simmer burner, so I have 2 2 of the same burner, same size burner available to me, so that I can sort of have these 2 soups sitting on the stove side by side. The other thing that I want to do today that I keep not mentioning, but I definitely want to do it. So maybe let's do that first, because we're gonna put the other thing I want to do is make croutons, because I have bread in the fridge that needs to get used. It was in the freezer. I put it back in the fridge with the intent to make croutons like a couple days ago. It's thawed now and it's gotta go. But let's get our stock into this pot first and get that on the stove, because that's all frozen and I want to thaw it so I can, actually just use it instead of putting like a giant chunk of stock in the middle of all the other ingredients. That's not ideal. Okay, so let's do that first. So I've got 1, 2, that's 3 quarts of stock. That's 3, 4, 5. Let's pull out 6 quarts of stock. 6 quarts. So that should make, with the ingredients I have here, plus loss, we should end up with about 8 quarts maybe of soup, maybe a little bit more total, which is ideal. That's about what I'd like. So I'm going to do the same thing, not today, but with this soup. Once it's made, I'm going to put it in vacuum seal bags, just like this stock is. So when I'm ready, so 1, it makes it easier to store, but 2, when I'm ready to use it, I have basically a quart and a pint ready to go. And the other thing with that is it's easier to get out of this plastic packaging. I used to store it in quart containers in the freezer, and it gets stuck in there. The containers are very fragile when you have when they've been frozen for a while. So I've had them shatter on me before, which then makes it like risky to get the stuff out of it. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this on the stove. The one of these, actually, hold on. There. And then there's gonna be enough room for these other 2 in here. So maybe I'll just put those on the top and kind of let it all sort of fall into place as it melts. There's plenty of empty space in this pot. So we're basically just going to make one big pot of, we're going to thaw this enormous pot of broth. There's a lot of empty space in here, so this will all trickle in. But this is a bit ridiculous, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's not. See, I'm glad that you're on the chicken Alfredo train. Chicken Alfredo is so good, and it's one of those things that I don't always make Alfredo sauce. Like I very rarely when we're doing like a chicken Alfredo meal, am I gonna make the sauce myself? I definitely love a jarred Alfredo sauce, because otherwise, you know, I don't, you have to like shave the Parmesan and buy heavy cream, and then, I don't know, I feel like often I just have ingredients left over from that process that I'm then like trying to figure out what to do with. So that's sort of my motivating factor, is I have this jar. It's really only going to be used for one thing, so let's do it for that. But that pasta is going to just be like at the very end. That should only take the amount of time to boil water because everything else is cooked. I mean, it's literally just making pasta, but I want to make it before I take Calvin to karate so that it's just sitting on the stove when we come back, and I can like splash a little water in there, turn the heat on, mix it up for 5 minutes, and it's ready, rather than like making it then. Alfredo is also one of those dishes where it's great when it's fresh, and if you let it sit for like an hour or an hour or two, it like the noodles absorb a little bit more, as long as you rehydrate it. That's like the thing. It does get dry. So anytime I'm cooking, I kind of keep that in mind, I guess, the rehydration process. Do y'all do that? How do you heat leftover spaghetti, leftover pasta, anything with a sauce on it? Do y'all have like a specific way that you do that? I personally love, if I'm going to put it in the microwave, I put a little bit of water in the container and I shake it up so that it's all spread out, maybe like a tablespoon or 2 tablespoons, and then I'll microwave it. That's one method. Or I'll put it back in the pan, and like a frying pan, I'll put, again, a tablespoon or 2 tablespoons of water in there, and then I will heat it on high and just toss it with that, and it helps rehydrate all the sauce that's gotten absorbed into the pasta. So those are my little pasta heating tips. What are yours? A little extra, oh yeah, a little extra oil helps too. That is also great. Anything that where it's like, if it was a butter-based sauce, like adding just a splash of olive oil, or even a little more butter, you could do that too. I won't tell. Those are all sort of helpful. The worst is if you just put it in the container in the microwave and then pull it out and it's like dry and sort of desiccated because you didn't add any additional liquid to it. Like, it's pasta, it absorbed all that liquid while it was sitting in the refrigerator from the sauce, so you have to add like a little something else to help rehydrate all of the sauce content that's still just there but now doesn't have any liquid in it. So I don't know, those are my pasta heating tips. Ray, I hope you're having a good afternoon. I'm having a good afternoon. I am about to make some croutons. Plot twist, we're making croutons. Not a plot twist. I said that we were making croutons. I'm sort of waiting. This broth is starting to thaw. I'm trying not to, I don't want to boil it. Obviously we don't want to boil it. That's no good. The croutons, though, I have a container of chicken fat. So this is this is two whole chickens worth of fat and other, what do you call that? Gelatin, that like gelatin stuff on the bottom. I am going to, we're making the croutons with this. I am going to use all of it because I think just using the fat is like, I don't want to waste all this good like flavor that's in there. And there's plenty of fat for these to crisp up. I turned the oven on a little bit ago, so the oven is preheated and ready to go. What we're going to do is take the croutons, we're going to take the chicken fat, mind you, rather, and melt that, the chicken fat and the underneath, and we're going to melt that in a glass bowl. I don't want to melt that in this plastic container. Because it's I don't know, because I don't always love melting things in plastic. Oh, got a splashback on that one. Yuck. We're going to melt this in the microwave. Shouldn't take too long. While this is melting and cooling, we'll cut the bread, and we're just going to toss that in a big bowl and put that on a sheet pan to roast for 15 or 20 minutes. The oven's at 425 currently, so that's a pretty high temp. I think I can turn it up a little more than that. I always forget. There's a good temperature for roasting, for crouton making. I always forget if it's 425 or 450 or like 475. But basically you're just aggressively toasting bread with fat on it. It's, you know, the slower you cook it, I think, the less, it seems like the less crispy it gets. But then if you cook it too fast, it just burns on the outside. So there's definitely a balance. What do we got? Which one of these pots is making that sound? It's this one. Why, or is that, oh, there's condensation. There's, because everything in here is frozen. The pot itself is like cold and it's condensing. And there's literally, water like dripping down onto the burner from that pot. Fun. Scary. Startling. Not scary. It's startling. Okay, so we're going to cut some thick croutons. I don't recall when this bread is from. I always keep a bunch of like leftover bread ends, and if I've got a loaf that I'm not going to use pieces of, I will pop that into the freezer. And when I have a sort of, much like the chicken stock, or the, rather, the vegetable scrap and the kitchen scrap stock, I guess is what I would call that. Much like that, just when I have enough of it, I'll make croutons out of it. So I definitely have enough right now. Basically enough to fill a sheet pan is sort of how much I consider. This is a lot. So this is a pretty big loaf of bread. I don't remember why I had this bread or what it's from. Sometimes leftovers like that are just their origin is lost to time. If I look at it, what it still has it's still in its original bag, so I can look and see if I can remember what it's from. I don't really recall. Cheesesteak soup, that would probably be pretty good. I bet that exists on a menu in Philadelphia somewhere. Splits, welcome in. Hello. We're not making cheesesteak soup. In fact, none of these soups have cheese in them. The taco soup, I think, would be good to put cheese on top of, when it's being eaten. That is my intent. A little shredded cheddar cheese on the top of it. Probably pretty delicious. But we're going to cut this bread up, and then if the fat that I have in the microwave isn't quite enough, we're going to supplement that with olive oil and maybe a little bit of melted butter. We'll see. We'll see if I have a stick of butter in the refrigerator that's like half used, because if that's the case, then we'll probably use it. Okay, this is not quite there yet. About another minute. I put that in for 2 minutes on power level 5. So I just popped that in for another 2 minutes. By the time that's up, it'll definitely be completely melted. Okay, I think that's going to be, once I'm finished with this, we should have a good amount. Let me see what's in this bag, this bread bag here. Actually, first, let me see, what is this bread? Ciabatta country loaf. So this is the one I got from the farmer's market, because this is the bread vendor that's at the farmer's market. But I don't remember the context of why I have that or when I purchased it, but there it is. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what's in here. We got some crispy bread ends. We got some soft bread ends. Got a lot of crumbs. And a little just regular old white bread ends. And we'll use those too. Cut these up. Some of these this is solid. This was like a French bread. Oh yeah. That is very solid. So we're going to let these, the other thing with the croutons that I've learned over the years is you got to let them soak for a little bit. You can't sort of, especially if you're using bread from the freezer that's been stale and then it's stale and then frozen and then thawed. It really needs a little bit of time to absorb the liquid that you're putting in there. So we're going to put the fat on here and let these soak for about 10, maybe 15 minutes before popping them in the oven. Everything here is thawed. It's been in the refrigerator for a few days at this point. So we're not waiting for thawing, but we just want to get all the fat and everything absorbed into here nicely. Okay, these are good. These are good. Again, checking for mold. Everything's been in the freezer, so I'm not generally concerned about mold here. Okay, checking these beans. These need to be at more of a simmer. So I've got beans behind me, behind this big pot. All 4 burners on the stove right now have a pot on them. Those 2 here, this green pot and this silver pot are empty. Those are ready for our soup. We have a pot of broth that is thawing, and I can sort of massage these down a little further now. Everything is almost below the line of the top of the pot. We're getting there. And then behind that is a pot of red beans that are simmering. They were dried red beans, and they should be ready. I didn't set a timer on them. I'm just going to pull one out in 45 minutes, an hour from now, and see where it's at. So, Indigo, welcome in. Happy cooking. Happy working. I hope you have a good one. Hope it's an easy day, work day for you. Thanks for saying hi. An easy work day is what I hope for anyone who's within the sound of my voice that's at work right now. Tuesday is my least favorite day of the week. At least it was in when I used to do like the work day, 9 to 5. Well, it wasn't always 9 to 5, but the salaried Monday through Friday thing. I didn't like Tuesday because Tuesday was the day that everyone kind of picked their head out of their weekend haze and then decided to email and just following up. Yeah, okay. Cool. Good for you. Okay, thawing the broth. Oh, I had another thought about pasta in general, about the microwave or the reheating the pasta. If you're putting it in the microwave, I always put it in at power level 5 or 6 for longer. I feel like it heats better that way. How do y'all microwave things? What's your like process? Like when you get something out of the fridge, you got some leftovers out of the fridge, you're like gonna heat them in the microwave, right? Do you have some specific techniques around that? I do. Like, I never put anything in the microwave at full strength unless it's a liquid, full strength heat. So if I'm like boiling water or reheating coffee, full strength. If I'm reheating food, always power level like 6. I'll do leftovers at power level 6 for like 2-3 minutes at a time. And I think they warm, to me, this is just me being weird, I just feel like it warms them up better. When you do the power level all the way up, it is like super hot on the outside and then it's not on the inside. And then it's just frustrating. So that, I don't know. I'm the only one in my house that does that. So I always feel alone in that situation. But I never heat food at full strength. Always at a medium power level for longer. Always. I don't know. That's just like a weird thing. But Darlene on YouTube says, my dad fell off a ladder at home yesterday. Oh no. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. Hopefully the only thing that got hurt was his pride. Velas, depending upon what it is. Depends how hungry, Ceta says. Frozen soup, 3 minutes full and then stir, 2 minutes more. Okay. Sofa says make sure to cover it. Yeah, okay, cover it for sure. If you're heating at it, yeah. Pasta sauce, cover it with that. Cover it with like a paper towel. Otherwise, it's just awful. It's terrible. Sabra, you did mention the pot, but you hadn't used it yet. What did you cook? What did you cook? What did you learn? Frozen soup is an I'm starving meal. I love frozen soup. I always reheat. I mean, when I say frozen soup, I'm reheating like 6 cups of it at once. So I always do that like in a pot on the stove with a lid. But if it's like a single version, like a quart pint container of soup, I may opt to put it in the microwave. Darlene says he scraped his arms and legs, but he's okay. Good. That's like, that's scary. Have I ever fallen off of a ladder? I don't think so. I've fallen off a bunch of stuff before. So frozen soup is an absolute lifesaver. That's where that was the motivation for today, was like, I gotta make some soup and then I can just put it in the freezer and there it is. Like all the effort goes in today. Well, we were talking last week when we were doing the meal, I was doing the meal planning stuff with all the different things from the pantry and the freezer and all that. I was thinking of like quick meals, right? But now I'm sort of thinking of convenience as well. Like that is the motivation here, is the like, okay, let's also just make this as convenient as possible. And have it be a like something that I just need to heat on the stove as opposed to like make. Not that it would be hard to make any of this. generally speaking. All right, I'm going to add a little butter. I'm going to melt this in the microwave too. Again, cook time 200, power level 5. I don't want things to boil in the microwave either. I want them to like heat slowly or melt. Heat slowly or melt slowly. Into the bean pot, Cyber says, I cooked some heirloom beans with garlic and onions. Basic recipe. Good call on just like an uncomplex thing. They absorb water better in the clay pot. So with about the same amount of water I usually use, they were nice and plump and soft, but didn't have a ton of extra liquid. That's fascinating. It's clay. Does the pot absorb some of that too? Everything seemed to meld better. That's lovely. That's great. Because it's clay. You said it was unglazed, right? Or it was like not unfinished, unglazed. Yeah. Okay, so it absorbs. Okay, so it's sort of like, it's also, I'm imagining it's using steam in that process. Like it's absorbing in, and then it's like, oh, interesting. Fascinating, genuinely. I love that. I'm glad it worked out for you. That is a neat thing to have. It's good to use it and not just have it sit on the counter and take up space. That's my issue with appliances. I wouldn't mind something nice, like a nice bean pot thing that I could put in like on the stove. Like I leave all my cast iron products, all of my cast iron pans, well, most of them, not the Dutch ovens, but all the cast irons for the most part live on the stove. Okay, so I'm adding butter here now, and this is going to be sort of the last of the liquid. With the croutons, what I want is enough liquid that when I'm stirring it, I can see like a little bit of residual on the bottom. And I also want all of the croutons to look completely soaked. Basically like no dry spots. If there's a little bit of liquid left on the bottom, that's also kind of ideal. Not mandatory, but you get better croutons that way. Okay, so this is good. I'm gonna let these, as I mentioned, we're gonna let these soak in this bowl and just kind of marinate. Marinate. That's the word I'm searching for. We're gonna let these marinate in the bowl for just a little bit while I go about tending to the rest of the things in the kitchen. And then we're gonna put those on a big sheet pan today because, hold on. Yeah, are we gonna put these in a big sheet pan? Is this? No, I think these will be fine on a half sheet pan. Let's get that out now. Let's see, are these gonna fit? No, I want to use a big sheet pan for this. So we are gonna use a big sheet pan, and we'll put parchment paper on it. I was gonna use the silicone pastry mat. These are also great. These croutons, if you just put them on the sheet pan directly, they get nice and brown if you do that. So good for soups, good for stews. Over time, do those types of clay pots get a patina on them in the same way like a cast iron does? Is that part of the like part of the equation. I'm very unfamiliar with cooking with those. I've never cooked with one. I've seen them before. It'll change color and such as it's used. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. That's cool looking. Fascinating. You can use that right on the stove. That's wild. So it does. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it settles in. I'm just thinking with like cast iron, how you get sort of when you use it, it gets easier and better to use over time. Do you clean it with, is there like a separate process for cleaning it, or is it just like, I mean, obviously you wouldn't want to like, I don't think you'd want to toss that in the dishwasher. Like that's not a dishwasher thing. Okay, so they are specific about no soap. I was thinking with how porous it is, like cast iron you can use soap on, and people get defensive and like no soap on the cast iron, but like everyone tells you to go ahead and use soap on your cast iron. Like every manufacturer tells you to use soap. People who refinish them professionally tell you to use soap. So I think the people that like no soap in your cast iron are just sort of like, I don't know. It should not ruin your cast iron pan to use soap in it. But yeah, if it's unglazed and you're not developing like an oily patina on the inside of it, that makes sense. Okay. That was my instinct, was like no soap. No soap on unseasoned clay or unfinished clay. It's definitely more porous. And well, the thing with cast iron that is porous, what cast iron gets more porous when you heat it. So if you put soap on it when it's hot, it's worse for it than if you just like wait for it to cool down and you give it like a quick scrub with like a stiff brush and a little soap. Like once it's cooled down, it has the pores in cast iron have, contracted a little bit. It's a metal. When you heat it, it expands. When it cools, it contracts. And once it's cooled, once it's cooled, you can just use some soap on it. No soaking in water either for that clay pot. Okay, that makes sense too, because then, yeah, I'm imagining if you soaked it and then put it on the heat, it would crack like right away, because it would boil. I'm imagining it would just boil everything that was like trapped inside. That's my sense. Like if it's already hot, when it starts to soak in, that's fine. All right, so this is now all of that stock or broth has soaked in. Thermal shock. Yes, that's what I was thinking. That like, yeah, if you soaked it and then boiled it, or then like put it right on the heat, all of that liquid that's trapped inside of it that didn't have the chance to like evaporate out would boil, and everything inside would expand and crack. Like the whole thing would probably just shatter. Wild. Not for like, it's not just like a set it and forget it type of pot, which is super cool. Okay, let's get on to let's go like get into our two soups now. And these are going to be, again, these should be really relatively easy. For the taco soup. Okay, so I need to get out my freezer stuff now, which is in here somewhere. Here's one thing of sausage. I think I have a second. I know I have a second thing of sausage in here somewhere. That's bacon. Where's that second thing of sausage? That's fish. Those are turkey burgers. Those are pork. Oh, cauliflower. I want to use that too. At least one of those. Where the hell did it go? Oh, it's all the way down here. I'm like, I know I have 2 things in here. I counted them today. Okay, so this is just like summer sausage, like lightly seasoned, normally seasoned sausage. It's not spicy. It's not any type of individual flavor profile. It's just sausage. I'm thinking for the taco soup, I might want to add a little bit more meat to it. I have some chicken thighs in the refrigerator that I don't have a plan for at the moment. So I think what I'm going to do is pop those into a little baking dish and just throw them in the oven while the croutons are cooking. That way I can put those in the taco soup, and if I don't think I have enough for the Alfredo, I'll have like a little extra there. I remember I bought these. I remember I bought these last week, but I don't remember. I didn't have a plan for them. They were just sort of like an impulse purchase. I was buying eggs at the Godshall. It's this place. The place that I buy most of my chicken from, and chicken, eggs, and butter from, is the poultry place in Reading Terminal Market. And I was there, and I was like, "Hey, these chicken thighs look good. Let me buy them." So I did, and I saw them a few minutes ago when I was in the fridge, and I was like, maybe I should figure out a use for those too. We'll just include them today. That'll be easy enough. I'm just going to season them with the rest of the salt and pepper that I had from the other day. Finally use the rest of that. I think there's 3 in here. Yeah. So this is like just might be right if I was doing these for like, if I was going to make like some chicken sandwiches or something for the 3 of us, this would be like the perfect amount. I think this was a pound of chicken thighs right here. So not a ton, but also like, I don't want to freeze these. If I can just use them right now, that would be ideal. So we're going to do that. Still thawing that broth. All right, I'm going to toss these. I'm going to toss these in. We're going to let these cook. When I take these out, I'm going to pour the liquid from these into the croutons. Following me here? So I don't have more chicken drippings that I then need to account for. And once these are cooked, which should not be that long because these are thawed, completely thawed chicken thighs in a single layer in a baking dish. So once these are cooked, we'll just pour the juice into my croutons, and we'll pop the croutons in the oven. So oven's already hot. Let's pop these in here. Let's set a timer. Let's set a timer though, because here's what'll happen. I'll forget. I will 100% forget that those are in there. They are chicken thighs, so it wouldn't matter if I forgot. But I will. I would remember them when I went to put the croutons in at some point. I'd be like, oh yeah, I got these croutons. Let me put those in the oven. And then I'd open the oven and there would be chicken thighs in there, just like, we're finished. Can we come out now? And yeah, of course they could come out. And the answer would be yes, because obviously, you can cook chicken thighs forever. Okay, for these, we have, does this have onions in it? Diced tomatoes and green chilies. No, no onions in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna chop up an onion and maybe a little bit of garlic for these, and we'll start with that. Where do I want the cauliflower? I want the cauliflower in the, let's put the cauliflower in the rice corn cannellini soup. I could make this completely vegetarian. No, I can't make this vegetarian because I'm using broth with chicken in it. Okay, never mind. Scratch that thought. Okay. Broth is coming along, almost thawed here. Oh, I thought I forgot to clear the microwave. It's exactly 2 o'clock. I was cooking things for 2 minutes, and I was like, did I really not clear the microwave? No, it's 2 o'clock. Okay. Do you clear the microwave? Do you get unnecessarily annoyed when someone doesn't clear the microwave in your house? When you look up and it's got 7 seconds left on it? I'm particularly proud when I am microwaving something and I stop the microwave before it's at 1 second. My microwave, if you let it finish and end, it will beep like 5 to 6. It'll beep a number of times that no matter what you do, if you hit cancel, it still beeps. And it's like, stop it. And you can't. The other thing is, if you need to add more time, you have to wait till the beeping stops before you can add more time. So if you catch it at 1 second, you can just add that time immediately. Efficiency. I always clear the microwave, except when I don't. And then I'm like, who the fuck left time on the microwave? And I'm like, I look at how much time is left, and I'm like, oh, that was me. Oops. My bad. So if your kiddo clears the microwave, that's kind of amazing. That's actually kind of amazing. Calvin doesn't. He always just gets annoyed. He's like, there's time on the microwave. And I'm like, well, fucking fix it. Well, fix it then. What did I cut on here? Bread. Clean. So it was just only some parts of the screen work. You're like, it is something 47. Is it dark? Okay, it's probably the afternoon. That's when you estimate, like, oh, it's also, like, the light looks like about like that, so. Oh my God. This is a honking big onion. Let me wash my hands before I, like, really get into to doing that. All right. So beans, I forget. I didn't set a timer for the beans, so maybe let's cut the onion, and I'm going to check those. So the onion is going to go in both of these soups, I suppose, because it's just like sort of a base. Onion, sauteing an onion for soup is just like a baseline, I think, right? Kristen, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We're making soup. We're making a lot of it. We're making croutons. We have chicken in the oven. We're making chicken Alfredo too. It's going to be it's an afternoon in the kitchen with a hard stop at 17:30. FYI. I can't set my microwave to be 24-hour time, and it annoys me. I might be able to if I looked on the internet for the instruction manual and like figured out how to do that, but I don't think I can. It's not that good of a microwave, honestly. Bravewood says I got rid of the microwave. Problem solved. You are living the dream, my friend. I use the microwave sparingly. It's definitely not I prefer to reheat things in a in either a pan or in the oven if I have time. Like last night, I was making leftovers for Calvin. I was doing I was testing a recipe on Sunday, so we had the leftovers. Calvin and I had the leftovers from that last night for dinner. Gwen had them for lunch. We got home and I put them in the oven and like reheated them that way. Pasta, things like that, I'll put on the stove and reheat in that way. Generally speaking, I will use, I'll use the stove or the oven. Melting butter in the microwave though, for sure at Cyber, like I just melted butter in the microwave. I do that if I'm cooking with it. If I'm using it for like a dish, I will almost always melt it in this little pot on the stove though. Just because I'm not in a rush, I guess. I don't know. Ava, yours says 12-hour when you set the time. Like this one just oscillates between AM and PM when I hit the clock button. So a little butter melting pot. Yeah, I got that at a thrift store. I got that one at a thrift store. Either a thrift store or a yard sale, I forget. But I remember, it's funny because that pot, we basically had that exact same pot in my house when I was a kid growing up, and I used it for that purpose all the time because we got a microwave when I was like a teenager. Our microwave, when we got our first microwave, was like 1.5 times as large as that. It was massive, just like a massive microwave. I think my mom, I don't remember where, we didn't get it new. I think she bought it from like someone at work. And I remember when we got it, we just like never really used it. It was sort of like we were like cats in the house, just kind of circling it and looking at it and like sort of suspiciously. I remember being sort of afraid of the microwave because that was back in the. I mean, maybe the kids still talk about things like this, but that was back when it was like, you know, if you stand too close to the microwave, like your brain will explode. And it's like, I thought that might happen because I was like, this thing sounds like an airplane taking off when you hit start. Like, it sounds awful. Twinderella, welcome in. Oh, the tiny cast iron. Yes. Yeah, the round bottom ones, unless you have a stove, if you have a flat top stove, anything with a round bottom is awful. The gas stove, I think, is kind of nice, but I still, like, I can't use a wok on my stove without the stand, which is annoying. I wish I knew how to mute the beeping. Yeah. Yeah, that way I could put my snacks in the microwave at 1 o'clock in the morning and not have to like catch them when with 1 second left or risk waking up people in the house who now know that I'm snacking at 1 o'clock in the morning. Which I have not been doing recently. I've been going to bed real early. It's pretty good. I'm pretty proud of myself for that, honestly. I say early. I've been going to bed by midnight. If you've heard me chat on stream throughout the years, you know that that's not my natural tendency is to stay up until like 3 o'clock in the morning and then sleep in, but I don't get to sleep in. So I can't. I'm trying to be more mature. When you have to get up literally every day of the week at 5:50 a.m., 3 o'clock in the morning is an awful bedtime. This is a big onion, so I'm only using half of it for each version of this soup. Oh, it is kind of assaulting me though. I think one of my greatest technological achievements in life, Avo, kind of goes to what you're talking to about the muting the beeping. One of my greatest technological achievements was when I was a teenager and I figured out how to turn off the dial-up sound for our dial-up internet so that sorry mom if you're listening. I figured out how to turn off the dial-up sound so that when I logged onto the internet after my mom went to bed, the computer didn't make any noise. Because prior to that, I had been, when she went to like brush her teeth to like go to bed, I would, and she was like running the water in the bathroom, I would time it so that the internet made the internet sound while she was like running the water to brush her teeth. And then it would log on and then she would go to bed and then I would go back and use the computer. And there's a finite amount of time where the computer, if it was left on but no activity, would log off. So there were some times when she like she'd brush her teeth and then wouldn't go to bed right away and I wasn't able to get on the internet, but most times I was. Because she was very routine oriented and that's where I got it from. Again, Mom, if you're listening, sorry for that story. Now you know. Soflop says, I had no idea you could turn it off. I didn't know you could turn it off either, but I figured it out. You have to mess with the BIOS of your computer. It's like deep in the settings. Way deep in the settings. And you have to flip a switch in like the guts of your operating system. And if you like mess something up, your computer like might never turn on again. So there's also that. Or like the internet may never work. We had a desktop computer. It was in the computer room. Did y'all have a separate room for the computer in your house? I remember the first time I ever went to Gwen's house was in the summer of 2004, and they had a separate like space in the house for when you wanted to go online. Oh, the kettle, Avo. I love when the kettle beeps because the kettle lets me know that hot water is ready. When the microwave beeps, it makes me feel shameful because I've just used the microwave for something that I could have used regular heat for. You got it. So you got a rice cooker, then you got a new blender with an attachment, and then a new crock pot. Oh my God. Did you buy all that stuff at the same time previously? I feel like that's just like the warranty just expired and your appliances were like, and dead. I know, right? You wake up at 5 a.m. to use the internet. See, I would stay up. My mom went to bed pretty early. She would go to bed at like 9 or something. And I remember two things. I remember staying up and using the internet. And I remember staying up and listening to Loveline on the radio. Do y'all know Loveline? It was on MTV for a while as like a TV show. But the TV show was so tame and like so tame. The radio show was like everything that I wanted to get in sex ed in school that I didn't get. And now both of the people who hosted that radio show are super conservative weirdos. And I feel awful for having liked them at any point, but people change. For the worse, some of them. Okay, I need to go wash my hands. I need to step away from that onion for just a second. Oh my God. That onion is like, that was sneaky. That was a sneaky spicy onion. That's sneaky spicy. Oh my God. Okay, let me scroll up because I definitely missed a few things while I was focused on my not slicing my fingers off. We did have to be pretty good with computers to get away with stuff. Yeah, like you had to figure it out, right? Like I remember being on AOL chat rooms and shit. Like I have a computer room now. It's wherever my laptop is. Ava, you have a PC in the living room. I feel like that's pretty common though. Like, I don't know, especially if you game, it's like an entertainment thing too. Cedar says the computer was in my bedroom because I had the biggest room. It was the only place it would fit. There was a period of time in high school where the computer was in my bedroom. We had one desktop computer in the house and it was in my room because I had a literal desk in my room. Oh my God. The amount of internet that I consumed as a child was unreasonable. Twitter, you had a bedroom for the computer because the grandparents had no idea how to work one and were ignorant to any online dangers. Right? Now I'm just like, you have full, Calvin has relatively not open access, but like relatively deep access to the internet, but like we talk about shit. It just houses your laser engraver. That's cool. Now it's more like the tech room. Made sure the computer was visible from everywhere else. Yeah, my computer was literally in my bedroom. The house computer was in my fucking bedroom. What a terrible decision that was, honestly. But again, no idea of the horrors of the internet. Also, we didn't have, like, it was, I mean, that shit was 56K. That was a 56K modem. Like, I was on message boards and like AOL chat. It wasn't like broadband streaming video. So I feel like there is a difference between like the internet now and the internet back then. I mean, I know that there's a difference. Like I know there's a difference. Obviously there's a difference. The computer was where the treadmill that no one used was. Right? The shameful treadmill that just holds all the clothing. Oh, Twindale, I'm sorry about your crock pot. That is sad. An old crock pot. I still have a crock pot that was in my house growing up that was my mom's. I don't know if it works. It feels like it would be an electrical hazard to use, honestly. I was getting emotional over the onion. That's true. Chris said, yes, HFS. Oh my God. You're listening to Loveline with Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew and getting all of the sexual education that you didn't know that you needed for 2 hours a night from 10 p.m. to midnight. I literally listened to that on my radio. I had a radio on my AM, FM radio in my room. I listened to HFS and Loveline every night. It was on weeknights, Sunday through Thursday. I still remember it. It does exist in some form. I feel like, I don't know. It might, maybe it doesn't. If it did, and it was still those two people, I definitely wouldn't be listening to it now. I don't know what happened. I'm like, how were the two most liberal people in my formative years who they are now? How did that happen? Oh, right, because they got rich. Right. Money. That's the answer. We're not going down that road. Let's keep talking about Loveline and not about capitalism. Thank you. We had that discussion on Thursday last week. Oh my God, fellas, getting into so much mischief, right? Oh my God. I remember faxing shit from the computer. I mean, you can still fax shit from the computer, but I remember learning all about open directories on the internet. Y'all know about like searching open directories when you're like, I want some MP3s. Let me go like download some MP3s. And you just like, you literally search like file names in open internet directories. Like I remember that. I remember figuring out how to print stuff to remote printer, like open print directories. Those were fun too. Because you could print like awful things to public printers in like different parts of the world, which was kind of fun. Fellas, you ran a bulletin board? Oh, I remember being a mod. I was a mod on like, in high school, I was a moderator on like some hardcore music board. something like that. I don't remember the name of it anymore. These beans are not finished, but we ran out of water in the pot, so we got to keep that going. Are they finished? No, they're not. Would you also lie about your ASL? No, but I also wasn't trying to like get into nefarious business in that way. Nefarious business. 21 female New York. An 8-year-old. See, like, oh my God, the internet was fucking lawless. I miss turning on the internet and having it scream at me. I know, right? Hold on. I need to have pause, stream, local files, admin. Nope, hold on. I need to look up local audio. I need to look up admin sounds. And where is it? Hold on. We're gonna commands, mod sounds, random, unfiled. Where is it? We have, so for all of y'all who are here in the very beginning of stream, you know what I'm looking for. But we'll continue to look for it as I also used to turn in every Thursday night to the alternative station. Man, college radio. They do exist now though. Radio still exists. I listen to AM radio with some regularity. I don't listen to like FM radio. Yeah, I don't listen to FM radio. Really, ever. Where is it? Oh, hold on. Let's see. Copy and paste. We're going to we have a special treat here. I need to play this. Hold on, I need to do this, and then this, and then this. V, Command V, and then we come over here, and then we copy and paste and change. Oh, it was under, oh, I just found it. Okay. And we go to that, and we do that, and then we do this, and then we do that. And now we should be able to do internet. We should be able to do this. All that effort for just that noise. But it's basically the same as what it used to feel like logging in. A crockpot sous vide combo. I would probably use that. I want to get one of those sous vide like sticks. I have 2 crock pots and I don't use them very much. I guess I have 3 if you count the Instant Pot. Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth was pretty good. I liked Dr. Ruth. I think as a child, as like a teenager, hearing sort of Loveline from the perspective of those 2 guys was fascinating to me. A war dialer. Constantly dial up someone's number, and if you hated them, you turn it on and let them run for 24 hours. Oh my God, Bellows, that is so insidious. YouTube to MP3 ripping. I literally still do that. I quite literally do that. I do love the idea of just like a full-time constant dialer. Christy says, I listen to AM radio if my phone isn't connecting in the car. And I tell my daughter, we're going to listen to what the universe gives us. I know. It's a weird concept. So are commercials. So are commercials. Caretaker, everyone's PTSD just hit. I know. The first time I put that sound on that sound runs at the end of 7 minutes. So basically, when I start the stream, we have like a 7-minute period where the starting soon screen is on, and at the end of 7 minutes, that sound runs. And I just remember I didn't say anything the first time I put it on, and people were like, "What the hell? What just happened?" Yeah, radio Velas. I have a wind-up radio in my like emergency kit for camping, like a battery, a wind-up powered radio that gets like the Weather Channel, like emergency channels. It gets NOAA if that even still exists. It gets AM, FM. Quilpy, welcome in. It's going well for me. I hope you're having a good Tuesday afternoon. I don't know if you were here, but we're gonna play a new sound again. Not a new sound. We're gonna play a sound that I just added to this stream deck, and I like being able to play it. Tell me if this triggers anything for you. Welcome. You've got mail. The sound of my youth. Cyber, I haven't done the meow sounds yet because I need to download them. And I need to find some. I have it on my short list, and I also have not taken your points yet for it. But it is on the admin to-do list, which is it's at the top of the admin to-do list. I just haven't adminned anything. Oh, the door closing noise. The door closing noise on AIM when you're literally chatting with somebody was like, what the fuck? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me so much? And then you'd hear like, and it would open again. You'd be like, oh, you just got kicked off the internet. Okay. Turnell, you spent a lot of time in AOL Mormon Q&A chat rooms. That's got to be a wild time. I don't mean that glib. I don't mean to be glib. I knew when I was a teenager, I worked with some Mormons at Boy Scout camp, and they were unhinged. Yeah, the wind up ones with the spring. I don't know what the mechanism for my current one is. It was a cheap one. I got it at like Best Buy or something. It's definitely not a spring. We had to wait so long to go online. I know, totally. Yes, ASL. 41M Philly. I'm online chatting, Mom. Leave me alone. Okay, let's actually make some soup. That's what we were trying to do today. My broth is thawed, mainly. That's the thing. Oh, my timer. Remember when I was like, I'm going to set a timer for those chicken thighs? That shit went off a long time ago. I don't remember when. It might have been 30 seconds ago. It might have been 15 minutes ago. No, you could change the sound. That's the thing. Like, I turned it off on my computer. I deleted the sound. I no sound. So it would just like, it would show the connection status, but it wouldn't make any noise. That way I could get on the internet when Mom was going to sleep. The best. Sorry, Mom. Again. 37F, Wisconsin. Yeah, see, if I came into an AOL chat room now and was like 41M Philly, people would be like, that because there wouldn't be anybody there because AOL. Do AOL chat rooms even exist? I remember when I was working with folks from a customer perspective. I remember one time one of my customers gave me their email address. This was like a CFO of like a large company, and it was like an AOL email address, and I was like, what? What? I think my mom still has a Hotmail address or Yahoo or both. I do too. They're all out in the world somewhere. I just don't know where they would be. I'm sure I would have no idea how to log into them either. Velas, you could change the sound. Okay. Yeah, I didn't add any new sounds. I know aim was a little different. Oh yeah, chicken's done. 190 degrees. That's pretty hot. That is pretty hot.
That's hot.
Thanks, Paris. Let's put these in a little bowl. And we're going to take the drippings out of here and pour those over the croutons. And then we're just going to put those croutons right in the oven. Ow. Okay, I said ow, but I was more of a preemptive. I thought it was going to burn me, but it actually didn't. I'm going to laugh if your mom calls you up at 41 to crown you for what you did as a teenager. Well, that's not even, that's not the worst of it, by far. I was a objectively good kid that felt repressed with the rules of my house and found myriad ways to subvert and get around those rules in ways that were not harmful to me, but would not have been appreciated by my mother. So what's the word? What's the alignment there? Like chaotic neutral? Corey says my Yahoo is singing the shower 88. Oh my God. That's kind of amazing. That's kind of amazing. I remember my first screen name ever. This is kind of embarrassing. This is like before I really knew anything about anything. But I was like, oh, I was trying to pick a screen name, and I remember being like, I wonder if Coca-Cola is available. So I typed it in, and it wasn't shockingly available. And I was like, I wonder if Pepsi is available. So I typed that in again, not available. So my first screen name was literally the word Pepsi with a bunch of numbers after it. Just like 5 or 6 random numbers. And that was it. It was just like, I didn't even drink soda. I don't know why I thought of Coca-Cola. I don't know why I thought it would be available, because I guess I was like, well, Coke's not a person's name, so obviously that would be available. No, it was not. Now, every name on the internet is taken, and you have to think of weird stuff. The idea of just putting your birth year after your name was classic. Phyllis says if you found the right spot on the bulletin board that you ran, it would pull up Playboy Centerfold. Easter eggs indeed. Oh my God, that's really funny. I didn't do anything bad when I was a kid. It was all just like normal, like stuff that other kids were allowed to do that I like wasn't allowed to do. I don't know. Cedar says, I never found the sex ed portion of the early internet. I didn't really either. That was like, that was Loveline for me. That was definitely like the radio for me. Chaotic neutral. Yeah. Like it's like if you sneak out of your house, but you don't party. Or you, I don't know, like Robin Hood. You like steal from something, but you don't use it yourself. You give it to someone else. Not that those are examples of my own experience, but those are examples that come to mind when I'm thinking of like things a kid would do. Wacko. Oh my God, I remember the Animaniacs. Tornarella says your parents tried to ground you and they found out about your first tattoo. Yeah, like I'm 18. If I don't live at your house, forget about it. You're out of the will. Okay. The morbid side. Yeah, I mean, that I definitely was like in like, yeah, just like weird shit. Message boards and shit. Like the early internet was very pure in a like different way. I felt like there was a lot less people trying to scam you, and a lot more people just trying to be like, here's some ridiculous shit to look at for free. Sita says, I've pretty much always just been Sita. Good. Continuity is nice. Luigi's Girl 88. And someone's on the AOL chat room like that's my, like she's my type. She's my type. She likes the supporting characters. I'm a supporting character. I'm gonna talk to this one. And then they're like, oh, but she's 22 from LA. Oh man. DJ Harley, welcome in. Good to see you. My husband has me as Calico as my name on his messenger right now. C words with case. Oh yeah, if the screen name didn't have the C and you could just substitute. It's like putting, X's in the middle of your name or after your name or whatever. 3s for E's. Fellas, you got your tongue pierced when you're 25 and your parents were angry with you. I did not, yeah, like, I feel like chaotic neutral was really my vibe. Mario was too mainstream for middle school. Yeah. You're like, everyone likes Mario. I gotta go in for Luigi. And Luigi's still pretty popular right here. In some circles. Again, we're gonna stick to the internet and video games today. We're not veering off into capitalism. We're not veering off into politics. Despite my baiting. Let's start with, I keep saying this, but let's start with this soup. I've got everything like ready to go here. I'm gonna move over to the stove here. Or in a moment we're gonna move. I'm gonna move the camera right now so I can like get started here. Let's see what that looks like before we fully commit to the bit. Oh, looks like that. Great. Well, that's why we don't fully commit right away. Studio mode, stove camera, deactivate, activate. Ta-da! Okay. Wait, how do I get out of this? There we go. Oh, Michigan has the highest cases of flu in 25 years. Yay! We did it! I'm sorry, fellows. I know that's even more frustrating for you trying to be like out in the world if you can. Like, oh my God. Soup. Yes, indeed. Let's turn, let's do one. We're gonna do pause. Do I have everything I need for these? Once we start these, they should go pretty quick. dodged several virus bullets this year. Yeah, knock on wood. I'll knock on wood for you. I got my flu shot this year. I got my flu shot. I got my COVID shot. We're feeling not good because the world, but feeling optimistic that maybe this year things will still be effective. Okay, so chicken Alfredo. I'm going to put this piece of chicken in here because we're going to do chicken Alfredo later. So I'm just putting this in here. I'm going to put this in the fridge, uncovered at this point. Actually, no, I'll put the cover back on. That chicken is still warm, but that's okay. This chicken we're going to use for the taco soup, which is going to be over here. Taco soup, I also want to use up some of the tomato paste that I have in here. So I have some tomato paste in here. Here we go. Tomato paste. Oh, roasted garlic. We're going to use some of that too. I have some chipotle peppers in here. I may toss some of this juice in there as well. So we're going to do the taco soup in the Dutch oven. That's this one, if you're on the screen here. If you're on the vertical, it's on the bottom right. If you're on the vertical, it's this one. If you're on the horizontal, it's this one. Anyway, it's going to be the one that's not metal. You'll notice it is the one that is not the metal pot. So, Cedar, your flu shot didn't help you much. Yeah, they did not guess correctly on the variant, right? That's like, I heard that too, and I was like, cool. Good. I'm glad we got that solved. There we go. Okay. Let's start. We're going to start with this one. Because I'm going to do like one of these at a time. Because I don't want to get stuck and have myself be like frantic. I'm frantic enough on my own. I don't need the help of trying to manage two separate soups at the same time. We're going to manage two of them at the same time, but what I mean is I don't need to get panicked and only do one of them well. Let's just do neither of them well. Better option. Boris, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Let's come over here, though. Maybe we can come to the stove for a moment, and y'all can see what we're doing over here. So this is Dutch oven. I've got my... I've got a little bit of olive oil in here. Let me change the white balance on this because that does not look that color in real life. It's close, but it is closer to that in real life. Maybe a slightly warmer. There we go. That's about the real life color of what that looks like. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. And maybe we could zoom in just a click. There we go. Okay, so this is warm. I have this on medium. I'm just going to pop some onions in here. We'll give those a stir. I have a big pot of broth on the stove. I'm turning that up to medium high actually because these didn't sizzle at all when they went in. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the onions in here. I'm going to put a pinch of pepper, and then we'll put the tomato paste in next. Pinch of salt, couple grinds of pepper. And I put the croutons in the oven. Those have 3 minutes left on them. So in just a few minutes, when my timer goes off, I'm going to need to give these croutons a stir. And we'll do that. We'll do that as things are coming together here on the stove. So again, it's 2:45 my time. That's 14:45. I have a hard stop at 17:30 today. If we're not finished before then, that's 5:30 p.m. I know I've said this a couple times on stream throughout the month, but worth reiterating again that the month of January is a little bit of a recalibration for stream. Not like, whoops, sorry for the movement. Not deciding like content stuff or any of that, but more around just the schedule. I have we changed our karate schedule. So my son Calvin is in karate and is pretty committed to that. So he actually just changed his schedule and goes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, whereas for the past like year and a half, he's been going on Wednesday, Monday, and Wednesday. So my stream schedule has been Tuesday, Thursday, from like noon to evening, or like kind of evening being like 7:30 p.m. Eastern, for a while. Now I don't always do that exact schedule because obviously, you know, life interrupts the ability to go online and cook and chat, which is unfortunate, but is the case. However, what I'm working on now in January is trying a couple different times where I'm going to stream either like today, where I'm going to just have a hard stop at 5:30 p.m. Or some weeks, like say, I think next week, the calendar might be this, where I'm going to stream on Wednesday and Thursday instead of Tuesday and Thursday, and we'll do like the two longer form streams. This week I'm streaming Tuesday and Thursday, but today is shorter and Thursday is longer, and that might also work out nicely too if I just keep that schedule up. I do want to be able to have a predictable schedule for y'all to be able to know what's coming and when, and you know, when are you going to be online, Lou? Well, here it is. Command schedule in the chat if you want to know all the different ways that you can find the actual stream schedule that I follow. I have a Google Calendar that I keep up that is my personal Google Calendar that I use to put the stream on the schedule. Calendar. Sorry. I guess it's not schedule. I guess we could make that command do that thing instead. All right, so let's get our croutons out here and just take a look at these. They're coming along. They're definitely not ready yet. They're still pretty soft, but I'm gonna give these a little toss with a spatula just to help circulate. They dry on the top. Oh, crouton down. We got one in the oven. They dry out on the top first. But they're looking really good. So we're gonna pop these back in for another 10 minutes or so is probably about good for those. And then they should be good to go after that. How long did I put them in? 12 minutes. I put them in for 12 minutes last time. So that's what I'll do this time. But we do the schedule. I post it to the stream schedule and announcements channel in Discord. The events on Discord are synced to that calendar as well. I also keep the schedule updated on Twitch. So on the profile page, if you click the schedule tab section, it will tell you also the correct schedule. So I do keep it updated pretty much everywhere. Potatoes. But we're working through January. I'm trying a couple different things. Basically, the reason that I'm going to do a shorter stream if I stream on Tuesdays is because Tuesday is Gwen's like dedicated, like always in the office on Tuesdays. And for her to also do karate on Tuesday is a pretty long day. So I try to take I'm trying to keep that in mind and be like, all right, like if you're in your office all day on Tuesday, I'll take karate, and then we can sort of Thursday you take karate, and I'll do like my longer form stream on Thursday, because usually Thursdays are the days that Thursdays I have a longer. I've kind of looked back and I saw that Thursdays was the day that I was mostly doing longer stuff when I was doing longer stuff. So, all right, we're going to toss this tomato paste in here now. Tomatoes. No, sorry, that's different. That's a different type of content. We're going to toss this tomato paste in here. This was just in a bag. Again, leftover tomato paste. Use it up, meal. We're just using it up. Using it up. So I'm going to turn this, or put this in. I'm going to let this turn red, like brick red. And this is, this soup that I'm making right now is the taco soup. So let's do this. We're gonna come back. I'm gonna let this sizzle for a minute or two. Push all these onions down to the bottom, and then we're gonna come back over to the counter. We'll keep that on the small cam on the inset. We're gonna keep that on the counter. Let's open some cans here, because we have quite a few cans to open for this soup. We're gonna use peeled tomatoes and crushed tomatoes, peeled tomatoes, a can of corn, the red beans that are on the stove. They're not quite finished yet. They were getting there when I tried them a little bit ago, but they should be much closer to being finished now. So we're going to pour all of this in there. I'm just going to pour the juice from the corn in there too, because like it's been sitting and marinating in corn. Like, why waste that? Yeah, Velos, the canned and crushed tomato combo is classic. That's like, makes it so much easier. Like a box of broth, a little canned tomato, some crushed tomato. It makes a really nice base. So we're gonna open these. The peeled plum tomatoes, I'm going to dump those out into a bowl and crush them up with my hands because they are pretty big. But can do that after. Basically what I need to do is dump some liquid in there after a minute or two of that tomato paste sitting in there. So I'm going to dump the crushed tomatoes and the corn and this can of Rotel. Then, actually, no, I'm going to put one of the packets of taco seasoning in there first to sort of toast just a little bit. So let's come and do that. We're just going to put the original taco mix in there. Come on back over to the stove with me. So yeah, we're getting some fond on here. That brown is fine. That'll all come up in a moment here when we add our liquid. So before I add my liquid, I'm going to add a bit of this taco mix. We're gonna stir that in real quick. Just kind of let that burn just a little bit on the fond. This is funny. This all looks super dry in here now, but that's fine because this is going to be nice in just a moment. Look at that. That's going to be delicious. Okay. So let's get our crushed. Actually, I'm going to put the Rotel in here first because that's got a little. Oh, that's a can lid. Y'all want a little extra aluminum here with your soup? No, me neither. Okay, get that out of there. All right, I'm going to take this liquid and start scraping the bottom off. Looking good. Yeah, hold the jagged metal. Savory Sailor, welcome in. Hold the lid, and carefully too, when you hold it. Yeah, deglazing. I didn't need a little more liquid than this. This pan is relatively hot, and that scorched off quickly, and I've still got some stuff on the bottom here. So maybe I might need to add that rest of that, some more of that tomato on here. But we're getting there. Kind of needs to soak just a second or two. Is that original Rotel or the hot stuff? This is original. So this is not the heated variety. There we go. That's better. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Wine would deglaze that. Wine is not a flavor I want in here, so we're not using it. Yeah, lots of things would deglaze this. Vinegar would deglaze it. Wine would deglaze it. Beer would deglaze it. But I am using the flavors that I want to deglaze it. I do not want this to taste like wine. If I had a Pilsner, I might use that. Just like a splash of that. I probably do, actually. I probably have a non-alcoholic Pilsner in there somewhere. But again, I'm just... Okay, that's pretty good. So this is, again, I'm just sort of concentrating flavor here. Like I just put the liquid from that can in there, and that is, that's going. Well, I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Like, actually, I'm going to turn that down quite a bit. I'm going to take because I want to add my crushed tomatoes next, or peeled tomatoes. So we're going to take those and dump those into a bowl. I'm going to crush these by hand. So that first I'm going to wash my hands. Then I'm going to crush those plum tomatoes by hand. Then we will put those in because those are also solid. They're going to be solid, so I want them to sort of cook down just a little bit. I turned that pan way down. It's cast iron, so it's still going to retain some heat. I'll probably need to deglaze it again, but that's fine. We're just building some flavor here. Deglaze with wounded soldiers. That's a good idea, though. My thing in that scenario is since I don't drink, it's like I don't always have the beer that I want on hand. I could just go buy a beer. Like I could go buy a single. The nice thing about living in the city and having like a corner store beer situation nearby is I can just buy a single beer if I want one. But I don't generally have them around. I'd have to think about it well in advance, and I didn't do that. And also, this is a use it up meal, so I'm trying to use up and not make new purchases. Wine is pretty. Wine definitely works. I like a little bit of white wine in most things. I don't want that flavor in this right now. I'm also going to add what other acid is in here? There's a lot of tomato, so I'm like, the tomato is going to do most of the work here. A box of wine just for cooking. That's nice. Rolling Rock. It is, fellas, from the glass-lined tanks of old Latrobe. Okay, so this tomato is crushed. It is now crushed tomato. I'm gonna rinse my hands. We're gonna check those croutons out again because my timer just went off for those. So let's hold off on this tomato here. We're gonna move that just to the side. Okay, hush, shh. Jeez. Pushy. Haven't tried white yet. I like a little bit of like white cooking wine. For cooking, obviously, not for the drinking aspect, but for the cooking aspect, I do appreciate that. I have quite a few bottles of it actually. When we went through the liquids cabinet a couple months ago, I realized I had like 3 bottles of white cooking wine. All right, these croutons are looking nice. We're almost there. I need about maybe 3 or 4 more minutes on these. Croutons have this sweet spot where they're like they just get firm and then they're perfect. Like, yeah, this one's almost there. But they look really good. I'm gonna give these literally 3 more minutes. The red wine I will use if I'm making like a sauce, like if I'm making some sort of like pasta sauce. I do like red wine for that. Because you put it in, you deglaze the pan, and then you just pour a bunch more tomato on top of it. That's kind of the move. Okay, pause, Lou. Set a timer for how many minutes did you say? 3. Let's do 3. Okay, 3 minutes. We're gonna come back over to the stove here and keep working. Keep working. See, yep, we need to deglaze again, but it's not as bad and it's not as dry. So we're gonna put some of this tomato sauce in, just a little bit, like enough that I can scrape, but not so much that I can't see, because I want to be able to see. Because this is the part where I'm gonna add this. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit so I can get just a little bit of evaporation from this. Because again, we're just consolidating flavor here. And some evaporation is ideal. All right. This is looking good. And we're going to add, I'm going to add a broth to this as well. So this is just my soup base right now. Croutons in the dehydrator, fellas. Yeah, totally would come out better. Or the air fryer. The air fryer would probably work really well too. Quopi, these are my favorite. My favorite croutons are the ones I make at home, because they have a crispiness and a chewiness, and that is like sort of the texture is my favorite. The tannins reminds me of Biff Tannen. McFly. All right, so I want this to come just to a little bubble. Just to a little bubble. Corpy, you were talking about the rice maker, right? How did it work out for you? That was you, if memory serves. I know that you were here and involved in that conversation. I believe it was your rice maker. All right, I turned this up. This is thick right now. I still have yet to add my can of crushed tomatoes to this, so it's coming along. I'm waiting for this to plorp a little bit more. That's P-L-O-R-P, plorp. Plorp is the technical term for what it's doing, right? All those little bubbles you see. It's not a technical term. I did just make it up, but I didn't just make it up. I've been using that term on stream, but I feel like I haven't heard that used from other people. Anyway, this is where we're at. Equal parts water and rice is a tad dry. Okay. The equal parts is the nice thing. Having a nice ratio is, oh, so satisfying. Got fond on my spoon. Get off there. There. This is my broth stirring spoon. So my broth is thawed completely, but not no longer on the heat. It's just liquid at this point. Okay, timer went off. Time to check my croutons. I was gonna put this away, but I'm like, I got more cans out here on the counter. I got a whole second soup we're working on. Sea Films, welcome in. I'm doing well. I hope you're having a good one. Thank you for asking. Yeah, okay, these are done. Bean. Pause. I do not need the oven for anything else. Okay, oven is off. These are, yeah, we hit the sweet spot. That was 12, 24, 27 minutes in the oven for these. 27 at 425. So I think I could do like 15 to somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes at like 450. I have a cookbook that has a recipe for croutons in it that I never remember to look at every time I have this conversation where I'm like, I forget how long the croutons take. Anyway, whatever. While that is just kind of boiling over here, let me come back to these beans. I want to see if these are, I want to see where these are at. Again, I didn't put a timer on these. I put these in maybe an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago. I don't remember how, I honestly do not remember. I have no idea how long they've been on the stove. So where these are at in terms of they're being finished, I don't know. I do know that I want them to be cooked before I put them in my soup, because I don't want the soup to, I don't want these to need to finish cooking in that soup. Okay. Well, these are looking good. Not quite. Okay. Not quite. They're further along than they were. These probably need another hour. I think I had them, I need to get these to I need to get these to boiling, like, or to simmering. They're like just below simmering right now, which I don't love. Here's what we're doing. Hey, we got a dog. There's Daisy. Daisy's down here. Hi, Daisy. What are you doing? You want to say hi to Daisy? Daisy can't have anything extra. She is on a rather restricted diet at this point because she is oh baby, because she's doing she's not doing great with regard to her digestive situation. But there's Daisy. We haven't seen Daisy in a while. Daisy is a 13-year-old pit bull. And Daisy, if you were lying in the opposite direction, people could see you better. I know that you don't know or care, but it's just for reference. Yeah. This is Daisy, and she is, what do you need right now? Do you need something? No, you don't. Good girl. You're a good one. Mm-hmm. You just want to lie here and be unobserved. You just being nearby. Okay. You can be nearby. Yeah, she turned 13 in October. So she's quite old. She's old. She's deaf. Doesn't walk very easily. She doesn't want to walk outside anymore, and she doesn't do motion. She doesn't move around as much. Once she's in a spot for the day, she kind of stays there. But she's definitely a good girl. Look at her lying there like that. I don't know what her plans are right now, but she's just kind of chilling. We can't see your face, Days. I know you don't know her. Again, you don't know and you don't care, but we can't see. It's fine. All right, we'll leave Daisy on the camera here for a few minutes while she's hanging out. So she's just like context. She's right here. It is her rug. This actually isn't a rug. It's a patterned mat. It has it's a squishy mat. One of those like thick foam kitchen mats, which is genuinely amazing for streaming. It's very nice for streaming. That was a Christmas present from Gwen. So it probably actually feels pretty comfortable for her to like lay down on too. Okay, we need to check these beans. Are we simmering yet? Yeah, I just need these to come to a simmer. The goal is simmering. I'm going to add the rest of the things that I'm going to put into this taco soup that I can right now. So we're going to add the meat, frozen meat, crushed tomatoes, corn, and some chipotle pepper. There she is. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. You're not completely deaf, but I have to yell. Good girl. Yeah. Look at her. She's being so good. Daisy. Yeah, we haven't seen her in some time. She doesn't really, because she doesn't get as many snacks and treats anymore because she then it ejects them everywhere. And then she's like miserable about it. And, you know, it's like miserable for everyone. So it's We just don't, she just doesn't anymore. Okay, but we're gonna add, Sita, enjoy your lurk. I hope work is good for you this afternoon. So we're gonna add this meat. I'm gonna do this off. We're gonna leave we'll leave the camera on Daisy over there because she is doing so nicely. I'm just gonna pour all of this and stir it in, and then we're gonna get started on sort of the next soup here, while this one comes along. This is definitely more like a stew at this point, but it's gonna get a little more liquidy because I'm going to add some of the broth to it. So I just added the crushed tomato and the crushed tomato, the sausage. I'm gonna add corn to this now. Then we're gonna add the chicken, a little bit of chicken. I'm gonna shred this just right here in the bowl, and then we'll add that in there as well. The croutons I just need to let cool on that tray, and then we'll package those at some point here. So the corn, I'm gonna put the corn liquid from the can in there as well as the corn itself. Stir that in. All right, this is coming along. I have yet to taste this. So once this is to heat again, because I just poured a bunch of cold stuff in here. Once this is warm, we're gonna taste this and determine some like flavor, what the needs are of this. Salt, pepper, etc. wise. I imagine it'll be pretty good because I dumped that taco packet in there. I think if it needs anything, if I'm like, I feel like it needs a little more salt or more pepper, I'm just gonna put that second taco packet in there instead of adding salt and pepper directly, because those have salt and pepper in them and are also seasoned. They have seasoning in them. So we're gonna do that. Daisy's being so good right there next to me. He really is. Okay. Let's add, other thing I want to add here is a little bit of roasted garlic. I have some roasted garlic from making cookies recently. We're going to add that in there, a big old scoop of that. Stir that in as well. And then shred this chicken, we'll add that, and then we'll let that come back up to temp. Then we will taste it. I'm going to increase the heat on that. Once that's at a good sort of stasis where it's just sitting there, I'm going to move that pot to the back burner, and then we'll work on the other soup on the front burner. So I'm just going to shred. This chicken has cooled off completely now. So I'm just going to shred this into the bowl. There's only two small pieces of chicken in here. But we'll put this in next. I want to add, after I taste it, I want to add a little, maybe I want to add a little bit of this chipotle. I have some chipotle peppers. If it's not at all spicy, I'm going to cut up one of the chipotle peppers and put that in there. I don't think it'll be spicy. It shouldn't be. I didn't add anything spicy to it so far. The taco seasoning certainly isn't spicy because the one next to it said spicy. It was the same thing. It was just like, this one's hot. And like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's actually hot, because it was like, I don't know, anything like that where it says it's hot is like not hot in a sense of like, if you enjoy hot food, it's not hot. It's hot in the sense of like, you know, if you think chili from a can is hot, then you might find it a little bit spicy. Yeah, so says it's white people hot. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, if Cholula is a little much for you, the spicy taco seasoning might be too much for you. Or Frank's hot sauce, or I don't know. Pick whatever whatever like not actually hot sauce you can find out there. Anyway, all that said, I'm gonna add some of this chipotle pepper in there most likely because I want to, because it's good and it will make it better. While I'm doing this with this chicken, I'm gonna no, I'm not, because that's for dinner and I don't need to do that right now. We'll do that later. I was gonna say I'm gonna shred that other piece of chicken, but in order to do that I would have to wash my hands so I could like open the fridge and get it out, and I don't need to do that right now. We'll do that later. We'll do that when we're making the dinner. Okay, chicken is good. I'm going to take that and dump this into the pot as well. Now I'm going to wash my... All right. Daisy girl. She's being near. She's not often near like this. I'm glad that she's come to visit today. We got a special dog visit today. And I know that we can't, I know we can't see in the pot now because I've only got the one camera that covers both the stove and the floor. But I feel like it's better positioned where it is on this sleepy dog. Okay, I'm gonna stir that chicken in. It's not a ton of chicken, so it's just like a little accent. She is a cutie pup. She really is too. She's just like, she's a pretty girl. A very pretty little dog. She's not little. She's 50 plus pounds, so she's decidedly not little. I really would love to have some of my cold water out of the fridge, but she's in the way and I don't want to disturb her. Oh. Excuse me. Yes? I don't mean that you're in the way and you need to move. I just meant that you're physically in the way and I don't want to move you. Okay? Good girl. I'm gonna try some of this now. It's starting to look warm on the top again. So let's give this a little taste. Put just a scotch of this in a bowl and actually like taste it with the tomatoes and the corn and the piece of meat and kind of see where we're at. But I'm starting to get a little bit of bubbling on the soup. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. It's a little, very, very mild. It's got a little bit of heat to it, but like the only heat in here is from the Rotel. That's it. There's no other like yeah. So we're going to cut up one chipotle pepper from here. I'm going to add that in. Then we're going to move along to our next soup. So this is a real big leftover meal. Lots and lots of leftovers, or lots of leftover stuff going into this. Kathy, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Kathy, next stream's going to be 200 check-ins. Next time you check in, it's going to be 200. That is a Cookie Club entry. Okay, got the chipotle pepper, cut that up. We'll take a little bit of the liquid from here as well. Put that in the soup. Don't touch your face. They're not that spicy, but spicy enough. Spicy enough that like touching your face with the chipotle juice is not a good idea. I know that much. I do know that much. It's funny, we had all the cats here earlier, and now Daisy's here, and no cats are to be found, which is about right. Add some of just the liquid from these peppers. Nut and Getty, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I'm also going to add stock or broth to this. So this is going to get diluted a little bit. As well, it's going to get diluted even more when I add a bunch of beans to it. So I am really like not that concerned about the spiciness of this. Let me stir this in. I'm going to stir this in, and we're going to try it again to get a read on it. Let me stir this like completely. And I might want to cut up another pepper in here. When Daisy exits the room, we will come back to the stove so you can see what's been worked on over here. This is a very thick soup at the moment. It's definitely like a stew currently. I'm going to thin it out with the broth, but I'm pretty happy right now with it. Generally, it's looking glossy on the top. Okay, I stirred that chipotle in till I couldn't see it anymore. I'll give it a shot. Slightly hotter. I'm going to add another one. I'm not trying to make it like aggressive, but I do like heat. And Calvin enjoys heat too. And so I will just know if I make this, and I mean, to be fair, Gwen doesn't seek out hot food. Like I seek it out. If I'm looking at a delivery menu, or if I'm looking at a menu and it says like it has levels of spiciness to it, like I'm getting spicy most of the time. Depends where I'm ordering from, and if I've ordered from there before, and whatever. It depends on a lot of factors, but mostly I'm getting like super spicy, and I am getting my face melted off. Like, Gwen will eat something that is spicy, but isn't going to order the spicy thing on the menu. If it comes out and it's got heat to it and it's a surprise, she'll be like, oh man, that's really hot. And then she'll eat it. So, subtle differences. Calvin doesn't, I think Calvin thinks that he wants things to be spicy, but doesn't always love it when it is. Cyborg, these are not homemade chipotle. They are chipotles from a jar that I just didn't use all of, so I repackaged them in a half-pint container so that I could keep them longer and they didn't have to sit in the metal jar. So they're just your general non-homemade chipotles. Now, again, I'm not trying to disturb Daisy, who's down here laying in front of the refrigerator, so I can't put those things back in yet, but they're ready to go back in. When she vacates the space, we have some fridge things to handle. Okay, that'll be it for the chipotle. So I just cut up 2 more, so a total of 3. We're gonna end up, as I said, putting more broth, or putting broth in here, plus a bit of red beans. So I don't think this is gonna be over the top. Let's try it now though, again. And just see where we're at without those things. I don't want to add the broth to this just yet because the red beans are going to take up some space in there, and I don't want to add too much broth, and then when I go to dump the beans, the pot overflows. So, yeah, it's totally illegal to move her. She'll move. She's going to move within the next 30 minutes though, because it is 15:30 right now. Calvin, my son, is going to be home within the next 30 minutes. And when he comes in, she's going to like get up and greet him. And he's going to want to get in the fridge, and he's not going to care that she's laying there. He might, but he might. If I told him not to disturb her and she stayed there, he wouldn't, but okay, that's better. Definitely better. I'm going to go ahead and add, excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and add that second taco seasoning packet to here because I'm not going to use it for anything else. I bought it for this soup. And again, we're going to end up adding broth and beans. So the beans are unseasoned. I put a little bit of salt in the water that I'm cooking them in, but they're otherwise, I didn't soak them in any type of like salt. They rehydrated with some salty water, but other than that, they're completely unseasoned. So, unflavored, I should say. They're seasoned with salt. Okay, that is on the stove and going well. Let's start our second soup. No, before we do that, the beans have been in there for 20 minutes longer than they were last time. They are most certainly simmering. I'm going to try these, or to check them, and I'm also going to add some water to this because I think that they're not completely covered in water at the moment. Hold on. I don't have, interesting. I don't have the view that I wanted. Yeah, these are, they're not, oh, sorry. They're not completely cooked yet, and there's still a little bit of water to evaporate, or to go before they're completely covered. No, not completely cooked. Okay, I'm gonna add some more water to that. I'm gonna put those back on the stove and keep them going. Remember, if anybody who was here right at the beginning of stream where I was like, I should really put those beans on, and then I talked for 45 minutes? I should have put the beans on. They would have been ready by now. I didn't, and that's on me. I didn't, and that's on me, right, baby? Yeah. Okay. You're making pig sounds. We haven't had a Daisy dog on stream in literally months. I'm just delighted that she's here today. She hasn't come to say hi in a long time. And here she is, just hanging out, being nearby. We really genuinely haven't had Daisy on stream in a long time. because the number of available treats that she gets has gone way down for specific reasons that I don't like. I know you love them. We know she loves them, but the cleanup is just awful. She can't handle it. Her digestive system can't do it. We're gonna start on our next soup. Next soup is basically a much less spicy version. Not even a carrot sour. I actually don't have any right now. I would, and yes, even carrots. A very small something she can usually do okay with, but like a whole one now is it's not harmful, I guess, but like it takes her. There's a lot of poop on the floor. There's a lot of poop on the floor all the time. She needs to go out like every 2 or 3 hours, 24 hours a day. So if we leave the house for like 6 hours, she will have pooped on the floor. Full stop. Full stop. When she eats non-plain food, like her diet right now is like a vet-based vet-based plain diet. When she doesn't have that, the poop is harder to clean up. I'll put it that way. And that is really not ideal, honestly. Like every once in a while she gets something special and then has to be monitored for like 3 days. But yeah, she's on like a vet-based plain food diet at the moment. Prescription-based plain food diet. So she seems to like the food that we give her. It's wet food now, which she does. She most of her life has been dry food. She has wet food and she really loves it. So it's that part's kind of nice. Like when she eats now, she eats with like a ton of enthusiasm. Okay. Oh, that pot is hot. Beautiful. Again, as I said, I would move the second camera there, but she is literally being really good. So, okay, why don't we, in lieu of moving the second camera, because I know that in a few minutes she's going to move anyway. And I have some other things that I can do here, including packing all of these croutons, because those are ready to go now. So let's do that first. Where is my large round Tupperware? There it is. I'm going to try these croutons too, because I didn't try them yet. I took them out of the oven, but they were hot, so. These are homemade croutons, a variety of different breads here. We have French bread, ciabatta bread, we got white bread. I don't know, all sorts of different stuff. Perfect. They're chewy, they're crunchy on the outside, chewy on the inside. These, let's see, this was the end piece. Ah! Sorry, we're going off the road. Going off the rails. This was an end piece of like a piece of stale French bread. So we have like that. This is not at all squishy. I'm really like giving that one a squeeze. And then we have like this one, which is not an end piece, but it's like a piece of ciabatta bread. And this one has a little bit of like fluffy give to it. Like the crunching in all your ears. Nom noms, welcome in. Fellow food and drink streamer, mostly food as I understand. I think I saw you live earlier today. How did things go? Excuse me. Foodie person. There we go. All right. See, the problem with homemade croutons is I just want to eat all of them. I have to make them in like a large batch because we're not eating this soup, either of these soups today. Well, there's only one of them that could be even eaten at all. But by the time I get to eating the soup, there might be like half of these croutons left. So, a spicy New England clam chowder. I'm assuming that's a red. I'm immediately thinking of Ace Ventura, the movie from the 90s. We've had some throwback discussions today around old internet sounds. Could be any bread. I know. My weakness remains any type of like pastry, Danishes especially. I came home yesterday with a cheese Danish in my purse, and Gwen was like, "You have a problem." And I was like, "Not a problem for me. It's only a problem for you because I'm not giving you any." And she was like, "That's fine. I don't like cheese Danishes." And I was like, "What?" A pink New England clam chowder, white with gochujang. Beautiful. I appreciate a spicy soup. A white clam chowder, a spicy or white clam chowder. That would be like a surprise. Because I don't expect clam chowder. I expect like red clam chowder can have like a little heat to it. But I think with red clam chowder, I don't expect like peppery sort of heat. I think I'm expecting more I feel like with red and seafood, I'm always expecting the heat to come from like horseradish type of thing, that sort of like sour heat. Croutons in your bag, classic. That's cute. Don't forget your croutons, honey. See, get you someone in your life who reminds you to slip that little packet of croutons in your purse. Okay, we have a pile of things that need to go in the refrigerator now, but I can't put them in because there's a dog in the way. It's fine. Okay, this sheet pan is not going in. This is going over to the sink because this has oil and fats in it. Old Bay. Yeah. Old Bay too. Old Bay and seafood. Best combo. We're going to make, on Thursday's stream, one of the things that I'm making is something I'm doing for the first time. It's going to be a shrimp burger. And I was annoyed because the recipe that I'm looking at did not call for Old Bay at all, or didn't call for like anything even tangentially spiced to Old Bay. And I was like, what are we doing here? We're not making a shrimp burger without putting some Old Bay in it. Sorry, we're not. I wrote it down on my list of like things that have to get added to this. Old Bay. Whoa, 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 hey, hey. I'm just kidding, Daisy. You're a dog. You're allowed to do that. She stopped. What do they say in the South? Bless her heart. Hammies, welcome in. I put Old Bay on my potato fries. Hell yeah, you did. I would put Old Bay on anything, everything at all. I did follow your Instagram earlier today because I looked at it and I was like, that looks cool. Those photos look nice. I like food Instagrams. Like I'm not. No, baby. Okay, are we done? Bye, Days. She's left. Look, her feet. She's just standing there. Okay. Okay, Daisy's decided she's finished with us today. So she is finished. And we'll move the camera back to the stove now and start making this other soup. A crab dip that didn't have Old Bay is sort of like what are you doing wrong? That's something sort of a little off with that. What was I watching? I was watching what show am I? The show that I'm currently watching right now is The Expanse. She's decided she's now scavenging, so you can see her. She's like got her head over there. I'm watching The Expanse, and I'm in a scene where one of the characters is in Baltimore. The Expanse is a show about space. It's mostly set literally in space. And there's a scene in Baltimore, and one of like the background characters, or one of the things in the background, the supporting actors in the background, at one point they're like walking through Baltimore City in like the future, you know, and someone's like, hey, crab goulash, who wants crab goulash? It's like a street vendor. And I was like, classic Baltimore. Not that crab goulash is something that you like normally get on the street in Baltimore City, but it was notable insofar as I was like, oh, Baltimore, cute. Let's open these cans. Gonna make another soup now. So I have this pot, the silver pot on the stove, heating up. That's gonna get a little bit of olive oil and some salt. Olive oil, salt, pepper, and onion going in first. Then we're gonna add some rotel. We're gonna add cannellini beans. We're gonna add corn to that. We're gonna add broth and frozen cauliflower and rice. And then that's gonna be pretty much it for that soup. Oh no, I'm gonna add some of that sausage too. Now that one's not gonna be spicy. Or at least very little heat. It's gonna have like just a teeny tiny touch of heat from the green chilies and the rotel, but like it's gonna be like 8 cups of liquid and like a third, not even a quarter cup of green chilies. So she would like some. See the chin scratches for Daisy. She's hit or miss. She doesn't like her head tucked. It's kind of funny. Mom says I released my cats from their bedroom after stream and they were on your lap. That's cute. We had two of my 3 cats were on stream today. They were, yeah, 2 of the 3 of them came in and said hi. When I'm not streaming for hold on, that's not going to work. Which is the one I want? This is the one I want. There we go. When I'm just streaming for like myself, I don't mind if the cats are out. When I'm streaming for like Cookie Club and stuff, I don't. pause. I gotta take a phone call real quick. Hold on. Okay, that was Calvin. He had questions for me, and you know, when your kid's calling you on the phone and he's out in the world, you gotta pick up because you know, because it could be an emergency. Yeah, Mom Noms, today is a pantry. Today's a use it up day. So last week on stream, I did a whole half of stream looking through my pantry and freezer and refrigerator to just see what was in there. We got rid of some things, we consolidated some things, took an inventory. And this week I'm doing a bunch. Well, today I'm doing 2 different soups plus a dinner. And that is we're gonna store the soup. The soup is to be frozen today. But all of this is pantry and freezer ingredients. I didn't buy anything new for either of these today, and I'm just sort of making them off the cuff. Not off the cuff. I sort of planned them out, the flavors and such in them, but they are use what you have situations. I need to spend more time in Baltimore. My husband and I spent some little time there on the way to Philly. See a streamer friend of ours. Hey, I'm in Philadelphia. I live in Philadelphia. I hope you enjoyed Philly too. The Baltimore Visionary Art Museum is amazing. Is that the one, Kristen, is that the one, trying to remember. They had like it wasn't windmills. It was like machines in motion or something. No, I also have 10-year-olds. My son is 10. And yeah, when he calls, it's like, all right, I'm going to pick up the phone. If there's like probably 4 of 6, I would say 6 people in the world that if they called me during stream and I saw it, I would pick up the phone. Wait, that's not true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. There's 8 people for whom I would pick up the phone if they were calling me in the middle of stream. Oh, see the cat throwing up. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Separation anxiety could totally be it. They definitely not feed into, but read off of that. Kinetic analyst. Yeah. Okay, so that is the one I'm thinking of. God, I couldn't come up with the right terminology for what I was asking, but yes, thank you for interpreting. Yeah, that is a cool museum. That's over near Federal Hill, I think, if I'm not mistaken. One moment. Hold on. I hear Daisy heading down the steps, which means she might need to go out. Hold on. She's probably down here. Come here. No. Yeah, I heard her going down the steps.
Ew, it smells.
What smells?
There's liquid in the hallway and it smells bad.
Okay. Come here, Days. I'm going to put you outside.
The lock needs to, the battery.
Yes, I hear the batteries need to get changed. Cal, can you let Daisy out?
Yeah.
Okay, I got onions. Smells like empanadas, he said. Right around the corner from Federal Hill. DJ Harley. Yeah, that's okay. That is where I was thinking. Yes, Kristen from the parade. Okay. I'm like, what am I? That is, we're all on the same page. Go team. Yeah, the Visionary Art Museum is cool. If you're coming to Philly, I have recommendations here too. I have far less recommendations in Baltimore because I haven't spent much appreciable like adult time in Baltimore, or time as an adult in Baltimore, I should say. All right, we're gonna add to this pot now a can of Rotel, a can of cannellini beans with their liquid. So like, we're adding the liquid in here too, because this is a soup. So I don't need to worry about, we don't drain anything here. This is all just flavor. Okay. And then these are pretty much the solids that are going in here, with the exception of some rice and what else is going here? Rice and, oh, cauliflower. I'm putting some cauliflower in here too. Okay, so let's just turn this up a little bit. This is definitely going to require some seasoning because all of the things that are in here are like low sodium or sodium free. So
When I go to the corner store, I just remember to have the peppermint sauce.
okay. Okay, so I'm going to add some cauliflower to this. This is just a thing of frozen cauliflower. I'm going to just break this up by hand. Okay. Just going to break this up by hand and put this in here. Now this is going to be a brothier soup. So most of the broth that I thawed is going in here. The soup that I'm making on the back burner here, this like taco soup, is stew, more of a stew, like a tomato base. I haven't added any broth to that one yet, and there's probably about five, maybe 6 cups of liquid in that pot already. I'm going to add maybe 2 cups of broth to that just to thin it out a little bit, but that's going to be otherwise like a mostly thicker type stew. I don't know if I intended it to be that way, but that's sort of how it turned out. Okay. I guess I did intend it to be that way when I put all those tomatoes in it, huh? All right. Well, you know, it is what it is. Okay, so this soup, we got some cauliflower, we got beans, we got corn. This is like what's the terminology for this? I don't know. It's a vegetable medley kind of soup. So that is
We're making a soup.
making 2 soups.
2 soups.
Yeah, 2 soups. 2 soups. And then I should add a bit of salt and pepper in here. Add a bit of liquid and a bit of salt and pepper. I'm just going to add the meat. I'm going to add everything into this pot basically right now. That's the move. This is leftover broth, a box, like a little bit of chicken broth left over. Hey, you're home.
I am home.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay. Love you too. So you said you're not going to the corner store. You don't want to do that. Okay. Okay, cool.
You want a piece?
Do I want a piece? I'll have a little piece of peppermint bark. Sure, that sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna add some rice to this. A little leftover rice.
No, Daisy, don't put it.
And we're also gonna add some sausage to this. And this is literally just like a kitchen sink sort of situation. Because
Very good.
the peppermint bark,
Yeah.
I'm glad you like it. All right. A little bit of leftover sausage. Oh my gosh, we have used up so much today. All right, I'm gonna turn this on high. I'm also going to start adding my liquid from my my broth, my stock pot here. It's not a stock pot, it's a pot of broth. I'm going to start adding my liquid because it's, I just want this to start simmering. Basically, everything in here is cooked or will cook very quickly. The cauliflower, the beans, the corn, the tomatoes, like all of that just needs to be on the heat for a little bit. The meat is already cooked. So I'm adding some beef bouillon to this. This is going to be a brothier soup, but it's going to have a beefy sort of taste. Beef taste, but it's going to have sausage in it. So a little interesting here. Let's come back over to our counter, and we're gonna try. Let's see. No, we're not gonna try these beans just yet. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that just yet because wait, wrong one. Nope, that one's fine. We'll leave that one on. I have about 9 minutes. That'll be. I don't know how long that timer was for. I forget how long I set it for. But they are back here. They're back here at a heavy simmer. So they're going. They're just cooking and cooking. Those are going into my taco soup. Guess we're calling it taco soup. Yeah, those are going into the taco soup. Okay, I know I need to add a little bit of salt to this. So we'll get rid of that container of salt. And again, I'm gonna add broth in here up to basically the top of the solids. That's gonna be the starting point. So let's just get our two cup measure. Do 2 cups at a time, and roughly 2 cups at a time. Now this broth that I'm adding in here is homemade. This was from freezer scraps. I don't know if this broth is the broth that I made on stream or if it's one that I made off stream. I'm honestly not sure. So that was 6 cups of broth right there. So we have everything's covered, but not completely. We're floating, but like it's still mostly solids. So my other soup. So we have. Gentle reminder, we have 2 soups on the stove today. We have one is a taco soup that's in the back here. This is coming along. It's at a low simmer, so it's thickening very, very slowly. It's bubbling a very little bit and mostly just steaming back here. So again, I'm going to add a little bit of broth to this eventually, but not just yet, because I want to add the beans. I'm going to add the beans here in a few moments. I think we're going to add the beans in a few moments. I'm honestly not sure. We're going to try. And we're going to see where the beans have gotten to in a moment here. But let's try this first soup, or let's try the brothier soup here. And a little bit of that, because the broth is just starting to get hot. So we're at a good space. We're at a good place to like try it. So I don't want too much of that. I just want to try it and see like where I'm at seasoning wise. I'm pretty certain that I still need quite a bit of salt and pepper in here, but we're going to determine that. We're going to determine that in just a moment. So we're going to give this a shot. It's warming up. Now I do love a brothier soup. I've been making a lot of stews recently, or like, I've been making a lot of blender-based soups. We did a tomato soup. We did a cauliflower soup recently. Both of those were recipe development projects. Neither of these soups is for recipe development purposes, although if either of them are very good, I might go back and try them again. That needs seasoning. That needs salt. Definitely needs salt. Absolutely needs a little bit of pepper. And something's missing from that. I'm going to add the salt and pepper. We're going to add salt and pepper, and then we'll try it again. Because the salt helps bring out a ton of flavors that already exist. So if something is like under salted, I prefer to add the salt first and then add whatever else I sort of think of after that. And you're not. Welcome in. It is the perfect time of year. It is, in fact, soup season. Hey, we have a cat. Who wants to see a cat? Who wants to see a cat? Who wants to see a cat? Hi. Hi. We can take a break. We can take a break. Who is it? Who do you think it is? Who do you think it is? Hi, babe. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. So fluff. Ding, ding, ding. It is Ash. Ash has arrived. He's back. He's back. He's back to lounge. We have a cat. This is a sweet, sweet boy. Oh, he started purring right away. Dad, don't put me down ever. Don't put me down ever. Look at the little paws. Look at his little paws. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you not says I made a wonderful sausage, kale, and potato soup. I love that. Did you leave the potatoes solid, or was that blended like potato, potatoes and cream, put it in a blender, then add the sausage and kale? Either way, sounds delicious. He is sweet. Mom Nom's all he wants in life is what's happening right now. This is it. This is his goal in life is to be held. Just like this. He's a sweet boy. This cat is 9 months old. Oh my God, a baby sling. Oh my God. Yes, we used to have one. We used to have one for Calvin. The sweet paws. Look at the little paws. He just wants to be nearby so bad. He does. This is what he wants. Okay. What if we got your chair? Would you sit in your chair? Would you sit nearby? What if we pulled your chair over? Zuppa Toscana. Oh my God. Yes. I still have a pint of Zuppa Toscana in my freezer downstairs from like a year or two ago. Red potatoes in soup are so good. The little like halved or quartered red potatoes. Fantastic. Ash, come here. Will you hang out here? Will you hang out with us? I would love, I want, my goal is to have Ash sit on this chair and stay here. You're allowed to stay there. That is your spot. I know, he's annoyed that I put him down. The tip of that tail is twitching because he's annoyed that I've displaced him from my arms. Yeah, Kane, I was thinking of the soups I've made recently, which were all basically like put a bunch of stuff in a pot, cook it all, and then just like blend it together into like a puree. But like adding sausage, like doing all that with potato, I love like a cream of potato soup, and then putting the sausage and kale in there instead of the vegetables too. I like it because I could add because I would add like white beans to the potatoes, and I would add cauliflower. Yes, Kristen, exactly. You can sneak in like parsnips. You can sneak in anything else that's the same color. My favorite, that tomato soup that I worked on a bunch this past fall was like a classic example of that, because it was like tomatoes and red lentils but blended together, and that was fun because that was like, I fed that to a group of kids and they were all like, this is really good, we really love this, and I was like, it's got lentils in it. Okay, let's check these beans now. All right, they're smelling good. Ooh, they're looking good. They're way bigger than they were before. They're definitely going to be hotter, I know that. Okay, the skin is peeling off of some of these. Beef bourguignon for the first time. Oh, followed from Julia Child's recipe. That's like the classic example, right? Okay, these are good. Ready to go. They're toothsome. They're cooked through and toothsome, chewy. They have texture to them. They're still solid. That's important. But they are not they're not, what's the word I'm searching for? They're not overdone. Okay. Some of them might be just a touch, just like a very smidgen. They might need just like a little bit more time. But the thing with these is that I am going to be putting these in the soup and then in the fridge to cool, and then in the freezer. So by the time these actually get around to being eaten, they will have had ample opportunity to absorb a little bit more liquid. And they're mostly, they're cooked. They're cooked, so they are like good. They're not still too dry to be like you can't soak beans until they're done, but if they're like pretty much all the way there and you warm them, they're going to be in that warm pot for like at least 20 minutes today. So they'll get like a little bit more time. Anyway, I'm going to, what I'm going to do with this, I don't really want to use the liquid from these beans, but I don't want to get rid of it because I want to use it for the next time I make stock. So what I am going to do with these beans is drain them. And then I'm going to drain them and then we'll add them to the soup. I don't want to use the liquid because it's like, I don't want to go too far into like bean territory with this one, but this liquid is a ton of flavor in it. So I will freeze this and then use it in my next stock where it will be a little bit more diluted with everything else that's also going to be in there. So, okay, that is good. So we'll let that sit out on the counter until it's slightly cooler. Fridge that, and then I'll freeze it like tomorrow. Okay, let's come on back over to the stove for a few moments, and we're going to add these beans into the pot. And then we're going to portion out the broth in between all of these. Portion out the broth in between all of these. Well, we're going to stir these beans in, and then we're going to come say hi to Nam for a moment. And then, oh, it froze. Damn it, you can't see anything. Hold on. Nam, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. This camera is always just super annoying. Okay, there we go. Friends who were hanging out here, I want to give a big friendly endorsement to excuse me, Crazy Asian. Crazy Asian is someone who I have met in real life, fellow streamer. He does a little different, some different content from what I do. I don't know if you were doing magic today, but I knew through the context of magic, like literal, like not Magic the Gathering, not like wizardry, but like card tricks and sleight of hand, which is like super cool and super intimidating to try to do on Twitch, I have to imagine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back and we're going to say hi. Hi. Let me scroll up and say hello to folks in chat. Housekeeping note number one, follows are silent. So if you're the type of person who gets anxious when you raid a channel and you're like, I'd love to follow, but I also don't want to be called out and like asked a bunch of questions, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I will not say hi to you if you follow until you say hi in chat first. If you said hi with a raid message, I'm going to say hi to you, but like until you sort of engage. Anyway, point number two, if you were hanging out here, please go follow Crazy Asian on stream. You're playing a video game. You're going to try to perform 80 magic tricks on your usual stream this upcoming Sunday. 10 people away from 1K followers here on Twitch. Oh my God. Okay. Y'all, please go follow Crazy Asian. You gotta get to 10K. You got 1K followers. We gotta be able to get there. That is super cool. Also preemptive congratulations. 80 magic tricks is a lot of magic tricks to do on a single stream. That feels like it could be a lot. Are you how are you preparing for that? How are you preparing to do 80 magic tricks? Are you practicing? And what time is your stream? All 80 tricks on your trick list. Oh my God, that's intimidating. Good luck. Or break a leg. What do you say to a magician? Good luck, right? Sydney, welcome in. Nice to have you. And I'm doing well. No, thank you for asking. I appreciate it. It's been a year. It's only January. No special prep. Right, 10 p.m. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Sunday evening is a time where like you could definitely be on the internet. 10 p.m. Sunday evening is definitely a good time to be streaming, at least as I understand it. But friends, welcome in. It's nice to have you. Let me share a little bit about myself, and then I'll share a little about myself. I'll tell you what we're doing today, and then we're gonna get back to it. It's nice to have you all here. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer, recipe tester. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia, and my pronouns are he, they. I am thankful for your company and appreciate y'all coming through. Our stream is generally all about cooking and conversations. We do a lot of meal prep here. We do a lot of vegetable forward, sort of family meals is kind of how I would describe it. We do recipe development, which I do for work. I do development on stream. I test my own recipes on stream as well. I do testing for work as well, but I don't test other people's recipes on stream. We also do baking, we do meal prep, we do trip prep. This coming Thursday, starting at noon Eastern, we're going to be doing a meal prep or a prep stream for a cabin camping trip. And we make snacks and cookies. We do IRL stuff too, sometimes out in the city. In Philadelphia, last IRL stream was New Year's Day. We followed the Mummers Parade all around for like 10 plus hours. So my stamina is pretty good for both kitchen and IRL stuff. Our community is pretty enthusiastic about food, but also just generally very conversational. We like lurkers here. It's a good place to hang out and just fill sort of the space in the background for whatever it is that you're doing during the day. If chat gets slow, I will narrate what I'm doing. If chat gets fast, I will panic and probably have to catch up every once in a while. So anyway, things get a little spicy here sometimes, which is fine. We love innuendo. Read the room. And again, followers are silent. I appreciate y'all coming through. Today we're doing 2 different soups. We have 2 different soups on the stove right now. The red one is a taco soup. The one on the brothier one is a sort of a vegetable medley soup that also has some sausage in it. Both of these are just about finished, and where we were at on stream is getting to adding my broth. So I have a big pot of broth here to each of these pots so that we can sort of finish out the soup portion. I'm also going to make dinner today. Dinner is going to be super easy. We're making a pot of pasta and adding a jar of sauce to it and some chicken that's in the refrigerator. So nothing complicated for that. What I'm going to do now is like I said, I've got my 2 soups. There's 2 soups on the stove, and then there's also this big pot of broth here. So we're going to I'm going to scoop out of the pot of broth. We're going to use this 2-cup measure and just scoop some into the taco pot first. I'm going to stir that in, and then we'll probably put the rest into the brothier soup that is now simmering. I need to turn that down. So I'm just adding this to the taco soup. I'm adding about 2 cups at a time here. I'm going to thin this out a little bit. I don't want this to be a like real thick stew. I do want it to be a little soupier than it is. I also want it to be a little bit more in volume. so that it roughly matches the... I want both of these to be about the same volume. They're two different size pots, but they're roughly the same they're roughly the same circumference. So as long as they're roughly about the same depth, they're going to have about the same in it. Now, thank you for hanging out and bringing folks over. I hope if I don't catch you on Sunday, I do hope your stream goes well. I know that you have a ton of experience doing this on the internet, and I believe, I have to imagine it's going to be a really good time. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening. Happy rest of your week as well. Thank you for bringing friends through. I appreciate it. Oh, we love an Instant Pot on stream. I'm going to use an Instant Pot on stream on Thursday. Okay, this is all incorporated. This is looking good. Now, I had 8 cups of broth. That was the initial outlay of broth here. So I'm just going to add a little bit more to each of these pots. And then I might have to restore, as in like package again, some of this broth. Because I think 8 cups was a little ambitious. I probably could have gotten away with 6, but I didn't want to get into the scenario where I didn't have enough. Okay, this is looking good. I'm going to add a little bit more. So I'm turning the heat back up on these because the broth has been sitting on the stove off the heat for a little bit, so it's not at the same temp as the other ones. Oh no, it's your Instant Pot cookbook. I wonder if I have used it. I got an Instant Pot a while ago. I mainly use it now for eggs. I use it a lot for eggs. It's become my favorite rice cooker though. That's really the thing that I think is my primary use at this phase of life. B. Connolly, welcome in. I love it. I do love it for rice because you can get any rice like perfect if you get the timing right. That's definitely that, and what I call an egg loaf, which is basically just making eggs for egg salad in a crock. Okay, so we're going to try both of these soups now. Let me just get a little bowl, actually, of both of them at the same time. That way I don't have to keep going back to the stove. Now this, the broth soup is definitely a little, is much brothier. The other one still feels like a stew, even though it's, even though I just put a bunch of broth in it. Learning how to use the Blackstone. That's fun. That's a nice gift. That's a nice thing to get. I don't know if it's a gift. If you bought it, it's a gift for yourself. So I guess it's a nice gift regardless of how you spin it. Okay. Spicy. That is really good. That is really tasty. What would I add to that? I don't know if I would add anything to that. Daisy, your input is not needed when the cats enter the room. Hey y'all, we got another cat about to enter the scene. And it's one we haven't seen today. We have an Obi with us now. We've officially seen all 3 cats on stream today. Here's Obi. He will not be with us for as long as the other ones. He does not really want to be held. He's busy. This one has places to go all the time. He's always busy. He always has something to do. Say hi. You making sounds? He's making little grunt sounds. Kathy holds out spoon. I would love to share these. So if I was thinking a little citrus or some sort of acid, there's a lot of acid from the tomato. I would love a Blackstone too. Crawdad, hello. Fortunately, that soup has corn in it, but not a lot. Obi baby. Obi baby. This is the biggest cat. He's very big. Should we make him do his trick? I don't think he wants to, but he will if we ask nicely. Obi, do you want to do your trick? You want to show people your trick? Small baby. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I want to show you. You want to show your trick? He does a thing. Yeah, he's about to get up. Before we go, Obi, let's show people how big you are. Let's show people how long you can get. Are you ready? You ready? We're going to do it. Here comes. Here's Obi's trick. This is Obi's trick. He's a very long cat, and you can just hold him like this, and he lets you. He looks like a hot dog bun. He's looking at the emotes bouncing across the screen. He saw the emotes on the screen and got interested. Oh, the tail's going. What do you see, babe? Now he's looking at the stuff moving on the screen. Oh, very interested. You see it? Oh my God. Yes, this cat is he's just like that. And then you put him back and he just gets down right away. Yes, because he's like, okay, I was enough of that. That was enough of that. Okay. Look, another cat. There's 3. We have seen all of the animals that live in this house today. Often the cats are not as around. Sometimes they'll get locked in a room and then they won't be around. Daisy's the one who hasn't been around at all recently. The cats come and go. Obi probably wants something. He probably wants to be fed. Either that or he wants to like play with stuff on the counter. He's back. He's back. No, you're not. You're not. No, this is not a play. Okay, he's escaping. All right, go. We're not playing here. I'll pick you up, but you're not gonna walk around on the counter at the moment. Second soup. Okay, second soup. Old Bay. The second soup needs a little like celery. Celery is what this is missing. Not Old Bay. Old Bay would be good, but The flavor of like celery. I'm gonna put some celery salt in this. That will be better. Total cookies has been good. This is a use it up day. So the goal today was to use a bunch of stuff from the cabinet and the freezer. So, and I did that. I used a ton. I used probably 5 or 6 different cans of things. Some broth. I used broth from the freezer. I used a couple things from the refrigerator. Some meats from the freezer. So things have been going pretty well in general here. God damn, that camera's frozen again. Just imagine I'm pouring the celery salt in. Okay. It also needs salt. So like celery salt is the right way to go. And I might add some Old Bay to this, but I'm going to try it again. I think that camera keeps freezing because I'm asking the computer to like do too much in this moment. I don't know why, but it definitely is it keeps pausing. Now you can see it. All right. Well, it keeps pausing, so we'll keep fixing it. And this is looking pretty good. I'm gonna add a little bit more broth to this one in the back, a little bit more broth to this one in the front. I think we're about even here. I'm not gonna package these on stream today. I was thinking about doing that, but I also, I think I'm gonna leave these on the stove because I'm gonna take Calvin to karate in an hour and a half. His karate starts at 6 p.m. Yeah, about 6 p.m. You know what? I have about 3 cups of broth left in here. I'm just gonna split those between these two. There we go. Okay. So we're looking good. I'm gonna stir this in and then taste. I'm gonna stir this in and then taste again because I added seasoning to both of these. This soup in the back, this is like what I'm calling taco soup. I am gonna let this simmer a little bit longer, just so that the beans do finish up and we just get a little bit more out of it. Once I'm finished with these this afternoon, I'm just gonna put the lid on them. Literally, I'm just gonna like put the lid on them and then leave them on the stove until we are finished with karate this afternoon or this evening. And then I'll package them tonight once we're back. I have a meeting tonight. A school meeting for PTA stuff. So I'll probably package these during that time. But we're going to try these again. We're going to give these another little bite. Oh, did we have a cat? Was he up there? Was he like right in front of the camera? I see him. Now I see him. I thought that perhaps he had jumped up and tried to get onto the camera. Obi, get off the counter. Get off the counter. No. God, you're... Okay. Like I said, the cats have really just been into some shit recently. They have no chill. Zero chill currently. Okay, we're gonna try this taco soup again. Okay, that's a little brothier than it was before, which is nice. That's kind of what I wanted. I didn't want it to be like a paste with solids in it. Perfect. I love the chipotle pepper in that was definitely the right call. And the amount of it was definitely the right call because it's got some heat, but it's not overwhelming. I want to switch out my palette here for a second. Rinse out my mouth before I, because I should have had the non-spicy one first, but that's okay. I've been trying them throughout the afternoon, so it's not like they're going to be. It's not like my mouth wasn't already tasting both flavors. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Yeah, that still needs a little bit more of that celery salt. I think I'm going to add a little bit more celery salt, and I am going to put a little bit of Old Bay in there. It does. It has celery seed, for sure. It needed salt, and it needed celery. So the celery salt was like like a direct shot into what it was needing. Man, these are really good though. They're different. This one is like a taco soup. It's like almost, if it was thicker, when it was thicker, it was more like a chili. That was tasty though. Okay, let's leave these. I'm gonna leave these little tasting bowls off to the side here. I'm gonna add a little bit more salt, celery salt, and a little bit of Old Bay to that. The camera is working because I can see the steam. So here's a little bit of celery salt. That'll be it for this. That'll be it for the celery. Add a little Old Bay to this. Steffi, welcome in. Stefan, welcome in. Stefan, right? Okay, a little Old Bay. Not a ton, but there's a lot in there. So it's a big pot of soup, so not a ton is still like half a tablespoon. Okay, so this is looking good. I'm just gonna leave these on the stove here on simmer. I'm gonna keep these both at the same temperature. We'll leave 1 and 2. Kristen, I would say yes. Like, I don't have any celery currently, so I am wanting that flavor. Yeah, there's definitely no texture. Now, I mean, you could also get celery salt. The thing with celery salt is it's also salt. So the more you add, the saltier it gets. Like, obviously, let me mansplain salting to you. But you can get just like celery, just like celery powder, like dehydrated celery powder. You can get celery leaves in like a spice jar type of thing. I don't know if they're like McCormick or whatever, but I know you can get celery leaves just like period. So yes, I would say from a flavor perspective, I love celery salts. It is very strong. So, perpetual soup. A perpetual soup is so good. I love the idea of perpetual soup. I think that it's really, it's always fascinating. It's like that. It's like ramen broth, right? That sort of gets refilled time and time and time again. I I have the problem where I like will buy celery for a recipe that needs like one stalk of celery, and then I'm like, what do I, obviously what do I do with the rest of it? But I also, that's why I have a stock bag, like a freezer stock bag, because if I don't use it and it does start going bad, then I just put it in the freezer stock, in the stock bag, and make literal stock out of it like weeks or months later. Bean water. It's today's date. Today's the 13th, right? Yes, that was rhetorical. I know that it's the 13th. Okay. There's that. Let me get this out. We're switching gears now. Camera froze again. Looks like it's cooking. That is frozen. All right, here's what we're going to do, though. Alley Cat, welcome in. Good to see you. We're going to switch it up. I am going to take a quick break to do some dishes. If you're new to stream, this is where when we take a quick break, we play usually 2, occasionally 3, depends on how we do, games of words on stream, and run 3 minutes worth of advertisements on Twitch. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna put the camera over the sink so that you can see something. We're gonna make sure that the camera works though before I do that. Then we're going to be back and make dinner. So from that point, we will after we're finished. So here's what I'm going to do. So I use the rest of the broth from that pot. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to refill that pot. I just had stock in it, so I'm not going to wash it. Like I don't care if that's gross to you. I'm not going to wash it. I'm going to rinse it out and fill it with water. I'm going to put it on the stove and I'm going to make fettuccine in it. It'll add to the flavor. Who cares? Then we're going to take a quick break. So, because I want to get that pasta water on before we go to break, and then I'll be able to sort of just like wash everything in the sink. Yes. All right. So we're moving along here. This is good. I have the lids to my pots here as well, which I'll need later. Put those off to the side. Okay. Alley Cat, thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. Thank you for your resubscription. I definitely appreciate you. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good week so far. It is only Tuesday, but Caretaker says as long as it's not raw meat. It's not. It was a pot that I put frozen quarts of stock into, warmed them up, and then that's it. That's it. There's no meat. There's nothing raw in there. Nothing was out of the time temperature danger zone for any amount of time. So we're just moving on. Yeah. I only have, this is the only other pot that I could make like spaghetti and boiling water in is, or they're both of them are on the stove. So that's sort of I don't really want to wash it to then just put more water in it and boil it. So we're going to do that. I'm also going to salt it right now while I'm thinking about it and standing here, because otherwise I might not. I've been known to not. Okay. Okay, let's reset this camera here. So hold on, we're gonna do this so that I can reset this camera. Then we're going to go to the stove, or then we're going to go to that camera exclusively. Then we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. Okay. Y'all get to see the awfulness that is the sink here momentarily as well. Let's log into Words on Stream. I forgot to do that. There we go. All right, we're logged in. I'm gonna move my camera over to the sink. There's Daisy again, searching for scraps, perpetually on the hunt. And we're gonna come over to the sink. We're gonna play 3 minutes worth of games, 3 minutes worth of Words on Stream. We're gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. If you don't want to hear the ads and you want to hear what I'm saying during that time, 1, I promise you it's not that important. 2, I promise you it's not that interesting. 3, if you want to hear it anyway, click the link in chat right now. It will take you to YouTube where we are live and there aren't any ads. We'll be back in a few moments. Words on Stream is a great time to get your first chats in if you're lurking and new to the channel. Follows are always silent, just FYI. If you're new and you're hanging out and you're like, I'd like to hit follow, but I'm not sure what happens when you do. Nothing happens. There's no sounds and alerts. There's no chat messages. I won't say hi to you. If you hit the follow button, literally nothing happens. Again, there's a link to YouTube in chat. Would be great if you could if you could subscribe there and like the live stream. That'd be amazing. Otherwise, we are going to play 3 minutes worth of Words on Stream. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads. When we come back, we're going to make dinner, which is going to be chicken Alfredo. So, Congolish, welcome in. Michael, good to see you. Hello. It felt like a Monday, but in fact, this Tuesday is a plus. Oh my God, Alley Cat, I'm so sorry. Your expenses are going up like that. That definitely sucks. I don't think that you're alone in that scenario. I had a similar occurrence just the other day. Okay, we are going to go over and play Words on Stream. Stefan, I hope that your cat, maybe that was altruistic. Who knows? Cats love to please. They love to drop little treats and things near you. I do know that. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. Type the letters that you see in the top of the box into the chat and hit enter, and then you will be on the board if one of those words happens to be one of the letters that is missing. We'll be back. Here comes 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. I can still see chat, and see you in a moment.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, we're gonna fill the dishwasher first. That's step number 1. Step number 1 is always fill the dishwasher, because that means that there's less to do in the end once the dishwasher is filled. I always put these pots in the dishwasher and then they don't ever get cleaned. It's not worth putting them in there. Okay, but we're moving here. There's a lot of dishes, but I try to use mostly dishes that can be washed in the dishwasher during the stream, like as much as possible, because otherwise it gets a bit untenuous. Intenuous? Unclear. Okay. Hey, congratulations. Just a little reminder, if we get a board, we play another, even if the ads are over. So feel free to try your best. I'm just dishwasher's full. Now we're clearing out the recycling. Lots of cans today. That's a good thing. Except the fact that the recycling got picked up today. We should have done this stream yesterday. All right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Nobody likes the ads, including me. I do like them insofar as they pay me money for running them, but not as they disturb the flow of the stream, which is always kind of annoying. Okay, everybody gets at least one more guess, so consider what words you want to put. We got 4-letter words, 2 4-letter words left, 1 4-letter word left, and everyone gets at least one more guess. If you see someone in chat typing words, hey, there it is. All right, one more, at least one more. If you see someone in chat typing a word and you don't, and they don't have any more guesses left, they got a lock next to their name, you should totally type those words into chat and see if you can get them, because you might benefit from someone else's knowledge. Words on stream is, after all, a team game. Once we've lost, not for nothing. Once we've lost and not completed a board, we'll come back here and we'll start working on start doing dinner. Now I do think I said I wasn't going to package these soups, but I think I actually might, because I have I'm going to wait for the pasta to cook, and I should have enough containers for them. Take care, one of the letters is fake, it says. The A is fake. Great. Later on, there will be more twists and turns. The more levels you finish, the more difficult it gets. We were talking the other day and saying you got to lose a couple games of words every once in a while so that it resets and you can sort of keep earning levels. But that's no fun. Who wants to lose? I'm just glad I get to do the dishes for an extra board of words. Because I got the dishwasher filled. Soak that mat. Soak this pot. Oh, all right. Well, y'all, I think you earned another one. Y'all are doing great. You're doing great. Honestly, this is impressive. Oh, there's a secret one. There's a secret one and a fake one. Oh my God. This is the board that's hard. See, we're still doing words. There's words happening currently, although this is now the the most difficult of the boards. Actually, I don't know if this is the most difficult. I bet this isn't the most difficult. I think it still gets harder. But sorry, I need to build something that we can enter the level, the level that we got to. Something like a command that does that, that like tracks those levels. Like command level earned, like whatever, and then you just type the letter. One more guess each after this one. Oh my God, if you see someone entering a word in chat, put it in. If you see someone entering, oh, so close. Whoa! Whoa! Y'all. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna stop you. This is impressive. This is definitely impressive. It also should be clear just how many dishes I had, because I'm still doing them as we're on like the 6th board in a row. The only time I wish I had access to a glass cutting board is when I'm cutting like chipotle peppers, because they leave quite the stain. There's no coming back. All right. Well, this is my last dish. This is the last of the dishes. Literally, all of the dishes that were in the sink are either in the dishwasher or have been done. And that is absolutely wild to me. All right. Put this in the oven. On. Bake. Bake time, 5 minutes. Okay. Oof. Fake letter and hidden letter. Oh my God. Shut up, words. Why does words sound so disappointed? That was level 21. 21. That is a on-stream record. That is absolutely an on-stream record. 21. Good job, y'all. Wonderful work. Did that camera stay on the whole time? It did. Okay. I was like, at some point, I was expecting the camera to just freeze and then for there to be nothing. Okay, let me scroll up here for just a second. I saw some folks hopping into chat. Stonefather, welcome in. Good to have you. Thank you for playing words. Loaded T Squared, hello. Welcome in and thank you for playing words. Your contribution allowed chat to get to a level 21 achievement. That was the best words on stream that we have ever had in chat. So good work. Congratulations to y'all. I did not contribute in any meaningful way or at all in any way. I did not contribute to Words on Stream today. I did the dishes. They're done though. They're finished. Okay, here's what we are gonna do. I've got my ingredients ready for my fettuccine. We have a chicken, have our Alfredo, have our fettuccine ready to go. I'm gonna package this soup. Liz, welcome back. I hope your day has been good. I hope your day is good. Reminds me I should eat. Definitely. It does help, and it does feel good when you get around to it. Kathy's making meatballs and veggies. Sounds good. Meatballs are great. I hope you have a lovely evening. Enjoy your cooking, or enjoy your like kitchen time. Uncommon, hello. Welcome in. All right. We're looking good. I'm going to take these soups off of the stove now, because we have roughly the same amount of soup in each pot. So I'm going to take these off and put them on the counter for right now. I'm waiting for this pot of water to boil. This is the only burner on the stove. Okay, now this is true. Now this will be a true statement. It's the only burner on the stove that is on currently. It's boiling water for the fettuccine. Once the fettuccine is done, we'll drain that and toss it in the pot. We'll toss the Alfredo sauce in the pot with the chicken. We'll heat that up, put a little bit of pasta water on there, and that'll be that. That will be that'll be dinner for tonight. We're not going to eat it right away because we're going to go to karate first. Just a gentle reminder for those of y'all keeping track. We have a hard stop. Roughly hard. We have the idea of a hard stop in 23 minutes. So 23 minutes from now, I am aiming to be saying goodbye and getting ready to go to karate with Calvin tonight. Burgers topped with avocados. Hell yeah. Fellas, that's a good meal. Do you put that on like a little lettuce underneath, like a bib lettuce or something like that? Jamie, welcome in. I appreciate seeing you. It's good to have you. I hope you're doing good. I can time you going to the school when you stop. It's, I very rarely have a like hard stop time on this stream, which is not a good thing. I need to have a hard stop time on the stream sometimes. It does become important. Occasionally, I will just continue talking. Uncommon, good luck on Food Fight next week. How are you feeling about it? Are you excited? Are you nervous? Nonplussed, perhaps? Do you have a strategy? Just winging it? Food Fight is a online cooking competition on Twitch with Dana's Kitchen and Darth Furbaka are the hosts. It is between a bunch of different food and drink streamers. Some folks who are like regular food and drink streamers, some folks who stream cooking casually or not, it's not their main content format. Regardless, I think anyone who participates in it is brave. Because cooking in a timed format online in your home kitchen is like not a normal thing to do. So Uncommon, I appreciate that you're taking part, which is fun. Jamie, I'm glad that you like the cookies. I'm glad you got them, first off. Then I'm also glad that you enjoyed them. Were they crispy still? Did they have a little like crunch to them at all? Curious. Oh, Aldi makes a keto bread. High fiber, doesn't spike sugar. Okay. I think I've seen keto bread on the shelves before. Is it in like a yellow package? They were crispy and slightly chewy. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. Good. I am glad to hear that, because I was nervous that they would be that they would lose some of that like crispiness element, and that would just like the Rice Krispies would be like really soft and sort of like mealy. I don't know. The package is kind of yellow. Okay, I feel like I've seen that bread before. So thank you for the shout out to Dana's Kitchen. We are a week away from Food Fight starting. Humble brag, but Lou is a past winner of Food Fight. I am a past winner of Food Fight. Not just one episode, the whole thing. I don't like to brag either, but I did win, and it was a lot of fun. There have been 3 winners so far. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so I can do 6 quarts of each soup, and then I can do the rest in pints. Perfect. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Starch resistant wheat. Interesting. I've actually never tried I've never tried them. Like, some keto bread isn't low carb. You really need to read the back. Right. I mean, my assumption as someone who has food allergies, like my assumption is, you know, even if something says like makes a claim on the label, I'm almost always reading that label, unless it's something I've had, you know, if it's a new to me food, 100% I'm reading that label first. Yes. Yeah, John 1 season 1, or I guess season 1. I don't know if she's calling them, batching them out by seasons. Yeah, pretty good gaming. They did really well. Their streams are so fun. Oh, John's stream is fun too. I'm not comparing them. I'm just, it's funny. I was talking to the 2 folks who were on Pretty Good Gaming at TwitchCon last year, all about like OBS and StreamerBot, and it was like, I love being able to have those sort of like nerded out conversations with folks and not feel like I have to like over explain myself. Like, oh, did you see that thing that the action in StreamerBot does? And like, you can do this, like this neat trick. Those are some of my favorite conversations with, that's like part of why I like going to TwitchCon, is like just so many of those types of conversations all in the same like 3-day span. Liz, how did the soups turn out? They turned out really pretty well. I'm packaging them right now. But they're pretty good. This one is almost just like, it's like a vegetable soup with sausage. The taco soup turned out, I'm really happy with it. I added chipotle peppers to it, and I did end up adding both of those taco seasonings. And I think that the seasoning mix worked really well. I was pleased. I'm pleased with the results. A lot of soup. It is a lot of soup. I might. This is a scenario where I might take some of this and put it in our community fridge with a label and like reheating instructions. rather, I would put it in the community freezer, not the fridge. I'm going to freeze it first. Because it is quite a bit. I mean, I did make a ton. That was the intention, though. Fellas, we do have a community fridge, and that was when I was starting to do the recipe testing stuff. That was an important sort of consideration, was if the place that I was doing the testing for cared whether or not whether they cared what I did with the food afterward. Because I was like, I'm going to test as much as possible, but like if I don't like it, let me say this: if it wasn't my like favorite thing, if it wasn't my favorite thing, can I donate it to a community fridge? And they were like, we literally don't care what you do with it afterward. So I like to put stuff in there. Have I ever gotten something from that community fridge? Liz, honestly, I have not. No. I mean, we are fortunate enough that I look into it. I look in it all the time to see what's in there. But I don't, even if there's something in there that's new or like unique, or I haven't seen it, or it's interesting, or whatever reason, even if there's something in there that I want, I don't take things out of there, because I know that there are folks who are less able to go grocery shopping than me, who use those refrigerators, and I just don't want to take away from that. As much as there are often things in there that I would like to have. So no, I don't. Or I haven't. Did I see someone carting around a skeleton? I feel like I did. Was that you? I'm assuming if you're asking, that was you or someone you know. The community fridge is a new thing. I haven't generally been putting things in there, but I've been doing the testing stuff. And you know, when you make a big batch of something and I just don't want it, I'm not going to throw it out. I'm not, you know what I mean? Yeah, Liz, it's definitely like people put groceries in there. People put a lot of different various things in there. I will definitely put like some of these in there for sure. Yeah, Velas, totally. And that's why I asked them before I started putting things in. I was like, do y'all care like where the food comes from or what? And they were like, as long as it's labeled and has like reheating instructions, it's like we'll trust that you're not trying to like poison people. You know what I mean? So there is that. Okay, that pot is empty. And so we got 4, 8, 12, 14, 16, 18, 21 cups of soup out of that. Jamie, that's exactly my sort of my position, is like, I'm going to take like all of this stuff out of the freezer. I'm going to make as much soup as possible with it. That's like that was definitely the move today. Okay. We have a lot of soup. I need to this is going to need to go into the refrigerator eventually. So let me like start clearing a little bit of space here, so that I can sort of get the next round, so I can get this in here. Okay, I got a little space there. And all right, we good. I'm boiling this water on the stove. We are gonna hit our time today. We're gonna be just past 5:30 because I'm gonna pop that water in. Once that fettuccine's cooked, I'm gonna dump it and heat, and then we're gonna go. We're gonna have to get out of here. So just a little heads up, we're gonna move quick at the end of the stream. The skeleton is your company's mascot. That's cool. Are you planning on going this coming year? True caretaker, the unwanted stuff. Yeah, and that's where they're like, I definitely see both of those things, right? But I also see a lot of people who will purchase groceries and just like fill the fridge with like a bunch of different cans of soup and things like that. Like whatever is on sale that week, whatever like circular is hot in that moment. So I do, there's, for all the folks that put like 1 or 2 random crap items in there, there's at least 3 or 4 people who donate like real stuff. Mom knows this is all freezer and pantry today. I didn't buy any new ingredients for anything we made today. And that's definitely sort of the vibe for a little bit. I'm trying to clear out some space just in general. And also like save a little bit of money to start the year. Frozen pre-made beef patties. And they're so versatile too. You can like break them up for other things. Like just because they're shaped already doesn't mean you can't use that for something else. Y'all met on stream. That's okay, that's cute. That's cool. I did not know that y'all had such longevity on the platform. That's really fun. One of the things that I really love about Twitch, and specifically like the food and drink folks, is there's definitely folks that have been at it for a while who like cycle in and out and come, who come and go, for lack of a better term. And it's nice, like constantly discovering new folks and folks that are like have been around for a while, who haven't, who aren't new, folks who are new to me folks, which I really appreciate. Yeah, Bellis, yeah, but I mean you're taking the bad with the good there.
Are you so good to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna do karate. I'm making dinner right now. Like dinner's gonna be in that pot. Dinner's gonna be chicken Alfredo. Oh, got her. Chicken Alfredo. I'm making it now. I need you to get ready for karate though, okay? Like once I finish stream, we're gonna like hustle out of the house. So like, please don't wait for me to say bye. Okay? Where is that from, Gwen?
I got this for him for Christmas.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Remember when I asked you to send me?
Yeah, okay.
Holy actual footballs.
All right. Daisy's now prancing and trotting around the kitchen and like demanding that she be fed. Could that Gwen feed her? I agree with you. It's an interesting one. It's one where I appreciate the ability to like talk to people live. Like that's why I started in general in the first place, was like just being able to like talk to people while I'm cooking, I think that in itself is unique. Like you can do that. You can do that on other. God damn, this dog is like. Y'all remember how nicely she was on the ground sleeping here earlier? Now she's not. You can definitely go live on plenty of other platforms, but I think Twitch, I appreciate all the built-in tools that they have to make it a more vibrant experience. Can you hear that? Can you like hear her? You all hear her? Okay, thank you, Liz. Yeah, Velos, I did say that. There's always, occasionally there's something. He didn't wear a jacket today. I was like, where was your jacket? And he was like, I don't know. I forgot. And I was like, it's below freezing. What do you mean you forgot? Go ahead and just actually me. Well, actually, it was below freezing at 6:55 this morning. I'll have you know. Allegedly, she says. Yeah, right. Yeah, Moms, I'm currently live on TikTok, not TikTok. I'm not live on TikTok. I'm live on YouTube. But that is,
Camera over here or not?
there is a camera over there, but it's not on. But Twitch is more community based, I feel like. Yeah, fellas, here we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, dropping the pasta. Here we go. Water's boiling. Fettuccine. Get on in there. You know what? That's not going to be enough pasta. We're going to add some spaghetti to the mix. About a handful of spaghetti. Yeah. About dick wet spaghetti. I'm going to put the lid back on. Actually, I'm going to give that a stir. Then we'll put the lid back on. Once that's finished, we'll drain it, sauce it, chicken it, put the lid back on, and leave for karate. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, good idea. Not before. All right, we got pots. Got pots in the sink. Lots of pots in the sink. Let me stack these so I have some on the colander to go. Let me fill this one with some soapy water here. Girl Dad on YouTube, welcome in. What am I cooking up? We have several things today. One of the several things. Right now I'm cleaning up, or I'm tidying, rather, not cleaning anything. We did, sorry, I need to get these Tupperwares off the counter. Tupperware. Y'all ever been to a Tupperware party? I would love to go to a Tupperware party. Please invite me. Please invite me. If you live in the Philadelphia area, I will go. What do we do today? Well, we're making pasta on the stove. This is for chicken Alfredo. It's literally going to be a jar of Alfredo sauce and a container of leftover chicken. So that's not complicated. This is literally like a weeknight meal with the easiest possible thing that we could do. Whoa, we got the water boiling over. Good. That means it's boiling again. Oh, set a timer. Let's set a timer. How long do we need? Let's set a timer for 9:00. I said hard stop at 5:30, just FYI. We usually walk out of the house at 5:49. So if y'all are sitting there like, you just said you had a hard stop at 5:30, I do. But I was also like, I'm going to package this after 5:30. So I'm doing some of the things that I was going to do then now, just for reference. I know there's occasionally some concern when I make comments about my schedule and whatnot of that nature, but we're cleaning up now too. So this is also like things that happen after I stop streaming I'm doing right now. But the question was asked in YouTube, what am I cooking up? We are... Liz, I am sub-posting now when I say that. I'm aware that you're concerned. I got you. That's part of why I said it, was I just want to make sure. Like, when I feel concerned about time, I will end stream. That is, when I must end, I will end. So just FYI. Well, we made 2 soups today. What soups did we make? Good question. Let me show you. We have, we have 2. This one is what I'm calling a taco soup. This has red beans and chicken, sausage. This has a can of Rotel, a can of corn, a can of crushed tomato, a can of whole peeled tomato that I crushed by hand. It has homemade stock in it. It has garlic, roasted garlic. It also has some chipotle peppers and tomato paste, and was simmered on the stove for quite a while. The stock in here is just a general chicken vegetable stock. So that is soup number 1. It is spicy and delicious. Soup number 2, and I guess this one's mine now because I just put my spoon back in it. Okay, great. Soup number 2 is hold on. Soup number 2 is a brothy soup that has some cauliflower, some white beans, some corn. Also has a can of Rotel. It has cannellini beans, ground sausage, leftover rice. And also some homemade stock. So that's what we made on stream. The taco soup also has 2 packets of taco seasoning in it. One regular, one street corn taco. Girl down on YouTube says it gets hectic. It does. Gotta get your daughter in 15 minutes. Just finished a 12-hour marinated teriyaki beef short ribs. I can come over for dinner if you're occupied. I don't need, this is all for storage. I don't need to eat this tonight. But this was good. This soup is all for storage. I'm gonna donate some of it to our local pantry, and the rest of it I'm gonna freeze. Okay, it is 17:32 my time. That is 5:32 p.m. I'm stirring this fettuccine. We need to get a colander out, and I want to make sure that I save some of my pasta water. So, little secret trick. When you have to remember to save your pasta water, put your container in the colander. It's not secret. I just told you. Just so. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're also live. We're live on. We're live. If you're hearing me talking to folks, mysterious folks, we're live. Well, one, if you're on YouTube and you're on the horizontal stream, you can see the chat down here from Twitch. But I'm also live on Twitch at this same name. We're live on both, and I stream on both. So, and I will chat with you on both. So, feel free to pick where you want to hang out. I'm going to pop these, as many of these as I can, in the refrigerator now. I'm not freezing these just yet. We're going to let these cool off in the fridge first before shoving them in the freezer. These are, like I said, some of these are going to be for the house. Some of them I will end up putting in our neighborhood pantry. Okay. But we've had great success on today's soup adventures. This was just about as much soup as I was hoping to get. Probably a little more than I expected, honestly. Which is always good. I'd rather more than I expected than less. But we're going to let that cool off. I need a couple more spots for these. I cleared out the refrigerator a little earlier today, and now it's basically full again. All right, that was good. These two can just go in like they are. I'm gonna take a sip of those. I'll drink that later. No. No, there's not. Are you just getting him a water bottle? Yeah. Okay. That's fair. All right, did I set the timer for this? I did. I got 2 minutes left on this pasta. So while we're waiting for the pasta to finish, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to do on Thursday. Thursday's stream is going to be a longer one. Today we're departing at right around 5:30 here. We will be live a little longer on Thursday. Thursday we're going to be doing a trip prep stream. So what that entails is we're going cabin camping this weekend. We're going to be doing a bunch of food prep for that. Making some things for the first time. We're going to be making 2 new recipes, one for a shrimp burger, one for baked apple. We're also going to be doing a lasagna, which is per Calvin's request. He wanted to have lasagna while we were out this time around, so we're going to do that. We're also going to be doing some other prep for meals, breakfast prep. What else am I? Well, let me tell you what we're doing on stream. I actually have my stream plan planned out already. We're going to, hold on, prep list, here we go. We're going to make the lasagna, which includes prepping the meat, the cheese, and the topping. We're going to assemble that. We're going to caramelize peppers and onions for hot dogs. We're going to make a dressing. We're going to make shrimp burgers. We're going to make a cocktail sauce dressing, mayonnaise for those shrimp burgers. We're going to do some breakfast prep, including dicing onions, shredding cheese, cooking black beans. We're going to make a baked apple mix. And we're also going to make brownies on the stream. So it's going to be a bit involved. If you've been to a trip prep stream before, it's going to be kind of much the same as previous streams of the same nature. Lots of sort of disparate things happening all at once. Everything kind of comes together, and then we get a big old pile of finished stuff at the end. So enjoy the rest of your evening. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support today. Thank you for hanging out. Congrats on your words on stream. I know it's not just you, but I see your name all over it. Okay, those are finished. We're ready to go. Let's get these drained. I'm gonna get our pasta water, then we're gonna drain that. Okay. Then we're going to take the fettuccine, we're going to put it in the pan along with the chicken. I'm going to take some of that pasta water, I'm going to pour it in this jar, just a very little bit, not a ton, because I'm also going to put the lid on, shake it up, which means it's hot and it's going to get steamy. And if I put too much water in it, it will vent when I open it, and we don't want that. Catastrophe. It's after 5:30. It is after 5:30. The plans didn't change, but I am. We're moving confidently to the finish line here. That's what we're doing. Because I did some of the things that I wanted to do after stream during stream. So we got a little bit of extra time here in addition to we have an extra like 8 or 9 minutes, or no, like 10 or 15 actually. So yes, efficiency. That is exactly right. Now we're heating. I just washed my hands. I'm going to shred this chicken by hand very quickly into this thing. I've got one chicken thigh that needs to be shredded. The rest of it is already shredded. This is from a recipe test that I did over the weekend. I had leftover chicken. I whole roasted a whole chicken because the recipe called for a rotisserie chicken. So like, if you've hung out here before, when I'm working on my own stuff, I prefer just roasting a whole chicken myself rather than buying a rotisserie. So that's what I did, and I had leftover because it didn't call for the whole thing. So I was like, what am I going to do with it this week? Well, we're going to make chicken Alfredo, which is happening right now. Okay, 1741. We got to be out the door here in very short order. Whoa, that was not what I wanted to do at the bottom of that container. So there we go. Wash my hands again. Dry them off again. Should have a counter for how many times I wash my hands in a stream. It would be a lot and probably not enough. It could be both of those things. I'm going to add a little bit more pasta water in here, just from the jump, to help sort of heat everything through. We're going to add the pasta, and we're going to stir that until it is finished, or until it is coated. I'm going to give that about a minute of time, just being stirred together. Have a bunch of pepper that I made earlier. That I ground earlier. So we're going to use that here. Now, question, is this camera going to work? Let's see. Do we see pasta? No, we don't. Okay. We're not going to fix it right now. Sorry. But this is looking good. We have pasta Alfredo ready to go. And now here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this off the heat, put it on the back of the stove. We're going to put the lid on it. We're going to leave our container of pasta water right here, because when I'm back and I want to make that hot again, I'm going to turn the heat on. I'm going to rehydrate it with a little splash of that pasta water, and then we'll be good to go. Calvin, are you dressed? Do you have your belt on? Okay, come down and get that on. Because I'm going to say bye and then we are going to walk out the door. Okay. He's up there arguing with me. He's up there pushing back on what I'm asking him to do. Okay. Okay, let's raid somewhere. I think I know where I'd like to raid. Let's see. Live channels you follow. Okay. We will be back again on Thursday. Thursday, we're going to start at around noon p.m. We're going to start around noon p.m. Noon Eastern time. Okay, I actually, let me see. I think I have somewhere I'd like to raid that is not a food stream, and that is just an interesting stream to me that is somewhere that I would personally enjoy watching. I don't know if y'all know this person. They are a... Okay, yes, that is where we're going to raid.
He's
This
like a high
person
that will
has been live. Okay. We're going to raid Zach Bussy. Zach Bussy is a someone who I really enjoy. He covers the streaming space. And currently on stream, he's doing streaming predictions for 2026. So like, what is the streaming space going to look like? Zach's content is really fascinating and interesting. I generally appreciate like his... I subscribe to his newsletter. I pay money to subscribe to his newsletter. So that is like a full-on endorsement for me. He's live. I really never get the chance to raid him because he's not usually streaming at this time. Anyway, we're going to raid there. I started that raid. Here are, thank you for all the raid messages in chat. Here there they were. Here's a few places where you can also find me on the internet. Links to all of those are in chat currently. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. There they go. And then here's one more plea. Please go subscribe on YouTube. I would appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. We had a really productive one. We made literal gallons of soup. We made dinner. We got all of that done in 5 hours and 32 minutes. This microphone is probably going to die any second now, and we got to leave to go to karate. So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate y'all. We'll see you again on Thursday. I'm going to hit this screen, then we're going to raid. If y'all could, if someone could say hi to Zach for me, I'd appreciate it. All right, y'all. I appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out today.
in movies and TV shows because I don't think that streaming
A big